My name is Areeq Chowdhury, and I head up the Royal Society's Data and Digital Technologies Policy Team, covering our work on artificial intelligence, the online information environment, privacy-enhancing technologies, and disability technology. I'm delighted to welcome you to this landmark and historic event marking the 75th anniversary of Alan Turing's paper, Computing, Machinery, and Intelligence, in which he proposed the question, can machines think? And considered how we might practically test this with what he termed as the imitation game, now more commonly known as the Turing Test. This paper was published in October 1950, and a year later, in March 1951, Turing was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society for his work on the theory of computability in 1936, when he was just 24 years old. For any academics in the room who lay awake at night thinking about how they can demonstrate the impact of their work, the Royal Society holding an event to discuss your paper 75 years later is probably the ultimate gold standard. For those of you unaware of what the Royal Society is, at 364 years old, we are the oldest continuously existing scientific academy in the world. We are the United Kingdom's National Academy for Science, and we are a fellowship of the world's leading scientists. We have a simple but profound mission, which is to promote the development of science for the benefit of humanity. That mission steers all of our work here at the Society, and in our data and digital technologies policy work, it involves thinking about not simply the development of new technologies and new approaches for the sake of it or for the sake of science, but for the benefit of people's lives and the world in which we live. In the context of today's discussion on artificial intelligence and artificial general intelligence, our interest is in three things. Firstly, what is the state of play in this space? What is true and what is hype? Secondly, which of these developments offer promise to the scientific endeavor and to society more widely? And finally, how should these be deployed and implemented responsibly? Debate is a very important tool in determining the answers to these questions, and indeed is a fundamental component of the scientific method, and I very much look forward to hearing the debates we are going to have today. Finally, I want to say thank you to Isabel McWaver and James Hannaford and our team for their work over the past few months to help put today's event together, as well as our wonderful colleagues from the Web Science Institute, Susan Davies, Sam Collins, Courtney Lee, Louise Payne, and Leslie Carr. Thank you also to our wonderful teams in facilities, AV, and catering for all of your hard work. And a lot of work goes into making sure these events run so beautifully. We're not expecting any fire drills. If one happens, please follow Royal Society staff safely out of the building and congregate by the Duke of York steps, which is right outside of the main entrance. If you need a bathroom at any time, please feel free to do so. They're out the door and down the stairs in the lower ground floor. Please feel free to post about the event on social media, and if you would like to submit a question at any time, please follow the instructions on Slido. And finally, I would encourage you to take time during the breaks to explore the exhibition, and very importantly, explore our various policy reports, in particular on science in the age of AI and on disability technology. So thank you. I'm now going to hand over to Dame Wendy Hall, who we have been co-hosting this event with. Thank you.
Thank you, Areeq. So this guy normally sits outside of my office. It's on loan to the Royal Society, a bit like the Bayeux Tapestry. It's come into London. And people starting, they rub his head for good luck when they come into my office. I don't know why. I can't think why they would possibly do that. So we do decorate him at Christmas and various other, for his birthday. And anyway, so I'm going to start with the thanks because it is always wonderful to work with the team at the Royal Society. I won't name names, Areeq's done that. And our team at the Web Science Institute are just brilliant. Thank you everybody that's put a contribution into making this happen. Of course, our speakers and our panelists, you've got the lovely brochure that we produced. We have some real rock stars here today. And our first speaker is someone who I have admired, well, ever since I've been in computing. I don't want to sort of make a big thing about our difference in age. Shh, they don't know that. It's a surprise. Stop it. It's the first time I've said stop it to Alan Kay. Right, you're not supposed to say that. I'm trying to pay you an honour, Alan, by saying we are blessed here to have the father of modern computing, certainly one of the fathers of modern computing, the inventor of the Dynabook, which was the precursor of so many things that we use today. And it's a huge honor to have him in the building giving our opening keynote today. You have in the brochure the people who are going to be on the panels. We have unfortunately, Sir Dermot Turing has been delayed, so he won't be here for the panel. He might be able to join us at the end. But we have Peter, oh dear, sorry, Peter Milligan, who's taking his place and is an expert in Turing for the first panel. But otherwise, it is as in your brochure. As far as I know, we don't have any other understudies. And we do have a special guest who I will introduce you to later, who's going to introduce us to Gary. I'm just going to say a couple of things. Areeq's alluded to it. To have people talk about your paper 75 years after you wrote it is pretty damn cool. And to have that meme running for so long means there must be something in it. But is it applicable to today's Turing? And I would love it if this guy could tell us what Turing would have thought of what's happening today. And one thing I always say when I'm asked by the press about the Turing test and how, the latest AI that's passed the Turing test, so it must be hugely intelligent. And I always say, well, actually, one of the things I think Turing did wrong was he overestimated the intelligence of human beings. Because it's incredibly easy to fool people. So I'll just leave you with that thought. And I really hope that we're going to put a mark in the sand with this meeting today, that in 75 years' time, people might reflect on and say, oh, that changed the thinking around the Turing test, this meeting here today. So thank you all for being part of that. It is now my pleasure to introduce the president of the ACM, my friend and colleague Yanis Ioannidis, who are co-sponsoring this event. When you drink your drinks, think of the ACM. Yanis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Wendy. It's a great pleasure to be here and be co-sponsoring this event. An event that I believe that it couldn't have been held anywhere else other than the Royal Society. When Alan Turing wrote his paper, and you read the paper, Can Machines Think? It's a paper about philosophy, it's a paper about technology, it's a paper about computing, it's a paper about mathematics. And all of this, I think you can feel if you are in this building and among these people. And it's an honor that ACM, which is the largest global organization of computing professionals, which is the one who gives the so-called Nobel Prize in Computing, the AM Turing Award, It's great that it is here and it is co-sponsoring. But besides sponsoring and besides the drinks that you will be drinking later on, the key thing is the spirit.
That was wrong.
Yeah. I could have done it on purpose, but I didn't. It was a slip of the tongue. It is... The program has truly stars, Rock and others, of discussing the various aspects of the Turing test or the imitation game. And the question is so current with the advances in artificial intelligence and the glorification of it, the monetization of it, and the fear of it among different people. We have in front of us philosophical questions, technological questions, social questions, and so on. And I'm really looking forward to the discussions that will follow. And It is, yes, artificial intelligence is artificial. Some people say, I don't worry about very advanced artificial intelligence. I worry about very low human intelligence, and this is what Wendy mentioned. How do we bring together, take advantage of all the functionality, but of the good functionality, but no, without the dangers. Exciting discussions, really great to be here with you. It's number 2. We were here for the 50th anniversary of the internet last year. So Wendy, we have to find out next year which is the 100th anniversary of something, and then we can do another event. So without any further ado, let me introduce Mei-Lin Fang, who is Vice Chair of the UN AI for Good Impact Steering Committee, co-founder of the People-Centered Internet, and a Renaissance woman that brings in everything that she does, all aspects of what we call a great woman. Mei-Lin.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I just want to emphasize that at the 75th anniversary, I, a Singapore woman who's lived 40 years in Silicon Valley, get the opportunity to introduce my hero, Alan Kay. Alan Turing set out a way to think about machine intelligence, but for the next 75 years, how are we going to think about it? No one has thought more profoundly about this than Alan Kay. He led the research groups that developed the first personal computer. And I am really glad to say that this change made it possible for millions, maybe billions, to come out of poverty. This is so profound. So it's not just the Turing Test, but it's what we did with it afterwards. The practical things he did included the invention of the human-computer interface, the graphical interface, which when Steve Jobs saw it, the rest was history, and it took it out. Object-oriented programming came from his laboratory at Xerox PARC. He has been distinguished by being the winner of the Turing Award, the prestigious Draper Prize, and it is my honor to invite Alan Kay to come to the stage to talk about the transformative potential for computing on human lives. Thank you, Alan.
So first I have to explain that as an 85-year-old, I was quite happy to discover that I had left my laptop back in my flat. So I would like to very much thank my wife for going back and retrieving it. So it happened. I was actually rather hoping to prove I could still do this from memory, but okay, so reminding, because most of the people in this room will know different parts of what I'm going to say. So this is not a teaching session. And I'm very grateful to these people who gave material support to this talk. Particularly want to thank Gary Marcus for being willing to come over from New York to help, because it allowed, I think, a better focus for both of our talks are two sides of the same coin. And so I realize I'm taking my life in my hands here, but I want to concentrate on human beings. And this paper, by the way, I suggest that we do one here 2 years from now to celebrate the really great paper that Turing wrote around this time, which was his morphogenesis paper, and that is a seriously good piece of work. So here I took advantage of the opportunity that Dermot Turing was connected here to get his email address and to contact him asking about something I've always wondered. Because after reading this paper, my thought was, Turing must hate the theater. And I wonder if that's really true. So according to Dermot, who has written a few biographies of Turing and whose father was Turing's brother, Turing did hate the theater. He particularly did not like Shakespeare. This is directly from the source. And the reason is that here's Puck in Midsummer Night's Dream saying, "What fools these mortals be." And Shakespeare wrote that knowing it was going to be said from the stage of the Globe Theater, in which people were actually paying to be fooled. It's not just that we're easily fooled, Wendy, but we will pay to be fooled. And so this could be a magic show, it could be a political rally, it could be this forum, right? Because these are all performances. And if Shakespeare had known about Bacon, which he probably did, some people claim they're the same people. The whole point of nullius in verba is take nobody's word for it. And in theater, you're actually giving up a variety of things to get something special back. So we not only love the imitation game, it's a central part of human life, which is essentially bullshit. So let's go back to a cradle of AI back at MIT, and the famous Tech Square AI lab, which was on the 8th floor there. And all the ARPA contractors let graduate students partake of anything they were doing. And Minsky, I was visiting there. I was a grad student from another place, and Minsky said, well, we have 3 Army generals visiting us. Do you want to see what they have to say? And sure. So the scene was kind of like this. These guys were decorated. And the Army and ARPA were not in the same chain of command. So this was not a pressure on Minsky's funding. This was just a courtesy within the Department of Defense. And so the 4-star said, well, where are our robots and smart tanks? And Minsky knew better to tell them that, well, we're working on stacking children's blocks right now and maybe integrating a few equations there, neither one of which would. So he came up with, well, maybe in a few years we could have a robot dog. And the general next to him said, well, we already have millions of human robots. We draft and train ordinary, this is during the Vietnam War, we draft and train ordinary soldiers to do whatever we tell them. And General Mumble over here said, we don't need them, we need artificial superhuman intelligence. Because for many reasons, and I was out in the peanut gallery and not allowed to say anything. My first thought was, well, what about safety? And my second thought was, well, we already have one, and I'll pick this up in a minute. So the fourth idea here is about our misunderstandings about how the modern world has been working. So the idea when and this is an idea that that McLuhan used as a way of explaining what was really going on, that people thought the car was going to replace the horse and buggy, but what it did was to drag in something completely different. Houston, Texas, basically the automobile is a city buster, and I did some research and discovered that the number of deaths humanity is willing to put up with in order to have the automobile is 1.2 million a year, which is 3288 per day, which is 10 large plane crashes a day. And I also found out that it's the #1 cause of death of children age 1 to 19. And you might not have heard about that because the most interesting thing about these statistics is they're not even noticed. They've been normalized. This is a big part of what my talk is about, is these have been normalized to the point of invisibility. McLuhan's famous line was, "I don't know who discovered water, but it wasn't a fish." More is better is a human trait, but we've started to learn more is better until it isn't. And that's a thing that we have to really pay attention to. And Einstein blessed us with a couple of really good lines here. He said, "We cannot solve our problems with the same levels of thinking we use to create them." That is one of our biggest problems, is to always use what we have in order to fix things instead of upping our level. And he said, insanity is doing the same things over and over and expecting different results. So I give you those as two themes, but of course the levels of thinking is the big idea here. So actually I'm celebrating my 4th anniversary of having a stage 4 cancer today. And my doctor who kept me alive is right here. Thank you. And so I actually have a little bit of fondness for AIs because not just science, but some of the AI technology keeps me alive. Like I have to have a PET scan every 3 months. And with PET, what they do is to turn you into an X-ray machine. But the X-rays are higher frequency, more dangerous ones. You have to stay away from pregnant women and children while you go through this. The hospital has to have a cyclotron to make up the stuff. And it's a wonderful technology. And the great thing about having cancer and being a scientist is that it's really interesting. Every once in a while you realize, hey, wait a minute, I'm the experiment. But the rest of it is really interesting. And PET is truly remarkable because when a positron annihilates an electron, you get gamma rays going out at 180 degrees into these collectors here. And if you visualize, the speed of light goes about a foot in a nanosecond. And this thing is trying to find out where the annihilation actually happened. So it's not a simple correlation in time. It's a simple correlation between events that are interfering with it and events that are out of phase, and it's just incredible that it works at all. And so you wind up with something like this. This is the PET part of the thing, and this is a PET and an X-ray superposed. This guy is roughly this plane through here, and you can see that the bladder is very lit up. And that's not because there's cancer there. That's because your kidneys are excreting this radioactive stuff that you had, and your brain is lit up because it's a huge consumer of glucose. So you have to do a different scan. And then there's all this stuff going on here. So the resolution of these things is about 4 millimeters on a side, and they're volume elements. So that's about 1 million. Largest cells in our body that look like cells that you think of as cells are about our liver cells, and you can pack about 500,000 to 1 million liver cells into 4 cubic millimeters. And so they're looking for rather large things, and that is actually dangerously close to when cells start asking for a blood supply and you start growing a tumor if you're in stage 4. And here's a little guy here. I don't know what this is, and I'm not going to ask because they said my PET scan was okay, and that's all right with me. But imagine a radiologist having to look at many of these every day for an entire volume of a human body and to find something where you should ask the doctor to stick a long needle in there to do a biopsy to see if it's really something. So today's AI is really good at pattern matching and correlation, and that's pretty much all it's good for. But for this, it's a lifesaver because you don't need to have as much radioactive material. You can do a coarser scan, and it's been shown to be as good as what radiologists can do. And so it's an enormous, it's part of an enormous number of things that today's AI technologies can do. It is the smaller part of what people are trying to do with AI. Gary will pick that up. So let's return to the Globe Theater here for a second, and let's extract a guy from the crowd and ask what is actually going on here. So the most important thing to realize is, as far as his sense organs are concerned, nothing is going on out there except fluctuations in light and fluctuations in air pressure. There's nothing out there. That's all our sense can do. So everything that he thinks is out there is something that he has manufactured. And that is one of the most important facts. And I know everybody knows this, but we don't remember it because the idea that it's out there is convenient. But this is actually what's going on. And Shakespeare knew this. This is from The Tempest. So Turing actually could have been helped if he liked Shakespeare, because Shakespeare knew what he was doing about fooling people, and he knew that we're actually in a walking hallucinatory dream. That is what we correct that dream by reference to the real world a little bit. But we actually, the dream we all have is different for each of us. So it's difficult for us to coordinate on. And every conversation we have, we're creating both ends of it because we're just getting fluctuations in the air in. We have to turn that into the person. We have beliefs about the person. This is why witnesses in court cases are not very reliable, because we actually have to generate it. And theater partly works because parts of our brain ignore the fact that it's manifestly fake. And for this, I'll invoke a guy I use in every talk that I do, Daniel Kahneman, and his book, Thinking Fast and Slow, but especially his notion of expository fictions. Expository fictions are basically benign lies that you make up in order to explain something that is too complicated to explain. And so he came up with a really good one. He said, regardless of where they came from, let's take everything that gives us a fast response in our brain, no matter where it is in the brain and wherever it came about evolutionarily. And let's take everything that does slow thinking in our brain. Let's just have two categories. System one is the fast stuff. System two is the slow stuff. So here are both of them have noticed somebody is getting killed. And the fast guy is saying, this is really terrible. This is why theater works. Because the fast guy works even though the slow guy knows this is just a play. And this is very similar to knowing that an airplane is safe and still being afraid to fly. These are generated by two different parts of your mentarium. So a good example from the Globe Theater was the play Titus Andronicus, which was last staged there in 2014. Might not be staged again, or at least not same way, because in that play, that is a slasher play, it turns out that the 16th century theater in general loved, as people do today, love revenge plays and bloody retribution plays and so forth. And this was Shakespeare's first tragedy, and it's not a very good play, and he didn't know exactly what to do, so he basically kills people through the play. So 14 people are killed in a bloody way. There are rapes, there are torture. And when it was last staged there in 2014, several hundreds of people during the run fainted, even though they knew that they had paid money to get into the Globe Theater to see this thing. But their System 1 overruled, and generally does overrule System 2. So that's something to think about. Now here's something that people brought into their homes, thinking, well, it's just like we can have a movie theater in our home. But here in England, there's this guy by the name of Elf Garnett. There was a show called Till Death Us Do Part. And there was an American version of Elf, who is Archie Bunker. It's called All in the Family. In both countries, these were top shows, liked by everybody, and the producers actually intended them to be satire. But in looking closely, they found out that everybody loved this. Not just the people who realized it was satire, but in fact, the bigots in the country who saw Archie and Alf as their heroes, saying what they didn't think they should say in public. But in fact, this legitimized that kind of behavior in public. So another person who came into homes was this guy. And this is a reality show where you have quote unquote real people doing somewhat scripted things that usually push the boundary of reasonable behavior. And what nobody really thought of, except somebody like McLuhan, was, hey, this is renormalizing, because with the Industrial Revolution, you get an entire hidden environment when you think you're just taking one thing. That was McLuhan's insight, is it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. So you're not importing a little movie theater that you're going to watch a movie 2 hours a week. Nobody watches television 2 hours a week. It's an entire environment, 5 to 6 hours a day, and it brings in something that is going to change the way people think is normal in the world. So here's Eliza, the first chatbot. I think Gary will say more about it, but I knew Joe Weizenbaum, and one of the things Joe said, I had not realized that extremely short exposures to a relatively simple computer program could induce powerful delusional thinking in quite normal people. He was shocked, but he didn't know that our normal state is delusional. That was what I was showing you with, that's what Kahneman is trying to get us to understand. Our normal, we have to generate everything in our brain. So our beliefs constitute part of our delusions. So what if we attach this to the Industrial Revolution? We might have people using the world as a source for imaginary friends. Guess what's going on? So again, you have this Kahneman dilemma. One part of you knows it's just a program, and another part of you thinks it's a friend because it's doing friend-like things. So bringing in anthropology, which is slightly larger than social psychology, but these are just a few of the behavioral traits never found to be absent in a survey of about 2,000 cultures. So these are all always there. And if you include cognitive biases, you have many more than that. But some of them are very closely related to genetics. Fire, though, we don't have a gene for fire. but it's been preserved. It's in every culture. It's never absent. It's been preserved. And that has given rise to some really interesting notions about how you could actually come up with something like human language without too many genetic changes. It's been one of the problems. But in fact, people in Edinburgh have done some really good work on this. And another way of looking at it is if you just take these as things that humans must have, these are all human desires, and tie it to the Industrial Revolution, you have legal drugs, which is exactly what most marketing people really love. You don't have to learn to like them, you already do. The Industrial Revolution can create an oversupply. Evolution didn't build in any limits to us because we were a subsistence species for so long. More is better is one of the things that everybody believes, and here's stories, games, and vendettas, and so forth. So acculturation is a larger word for when you're in any culture, you start making your way to adapt to it. Coping is interesting because every culture is able to cope, but the notion of progress, as it's pronounced over here, is scarce to be found. It's not found in every culture, so it's not a human universal. And it became a topic of conversation maybe in the late Renaissance, but more properly in the Enlightenment. So this is a relatively different new idea that you might die in a world that was materially different than the one you were born into. That's something that we're not used to. And obedience is something that every society has to have as part of social cohesion. So here's a famous experiment that many of you will know about. The importance of this experiment is not just the simple explanation of it, but the importance of it was done with thousands of people. It's been done many dozens of times by different experimenters, and it has taken many different pathways. So it's a very interesting experiment in social science. And if you do things the way Milgram set things up, you're basically guaranteed that 66%, men or women, even while the person you're administering the shocks to is screaming, and even after the person who's an actor, who seems to have fallen unconscious. Many of these people experience there are ethical boundaries that I think were transgressed by Milgram here. He put the people administrating the shocks through a lot of stress, because he would say the experiment requires that you continue when they would complain. And they would shock all the way to 450 volts, they thought. And a smaller number were more like concentration camp guards, where they would even force the person's hand onto the shocking plate when told to do so. So Milgram's simple, and I urge you to read the book and understand this better, because this is too much of an expository fiction. This is a really interesting set of things. But Milgram said that if a system of death camps were set up in the U.S. of the sort we had seen in Nazi Germany, one would find sufficient personnel for those camps in any medium-sized American town. And I think he's likely to be right. But that's an unhappy subject. Let's go to fads, which are much more fun. So in the 50s in the US, everything had to be chlorophyll. Those of you who are roughly my age will remember it. And today, we would have not chlorets, but airets. And we'd have the smartest breath in town instead of the freshest breath. Or maybe it's computer's real AI mayonnaise, the smarter spread. It's in our very name. My wife Bonnie supplied this. It's spreading everywhere. And I couple this with, because it's a spread, I couple this with one of my favorite things, which was to turn an AI, correlative AI, loose on the internet, looking for correlations within 99% or better over 10 years. So here's a really good one. 99.25 divorce rate in Maine correlates with the per capita consumption. I hope you can see what's actually going on here. That these AIs are basically curve fitters. And this thing is looking for two curves of a similar shape. And it has the entire internet to draw from. And yet, if we look at, so 5-year-old children will tell you this can't be true, but if they look at it a little bit longer, and I've tested this out on people, they'll start trying to figure out what could be the, this is how conspiracy theories get born. This is so correlative. I mean, the Pentagon would go to war, literally, with this kind of thing. And of course, can't we think about this better? And so I'll tell you, my vote for something that's still relevant today, not after 75 years, but 405 years, is Francis Bacon's Nova Morgana. Because, and I'll give you an entire summary of this book in Brooklynese, because I think it comes out better that way. We were all really stupos, is the summary of this book. We just can't get out of our own way. And Bacon goes through and says, yeah, we got bad brains, bad genetics and cultures, bad individual learning, bad language use, bad, everything is really dumb. And he pointed out we can invent ways to act that are much smarter than we are. And where we are right now is the result, because Bacon was the main inspiration for the Royal Society. And the Royal Society added something really important. It wasn't just about sharing knowledge. It was about vetting knowledge, having people who were not the inventors of theories to do the vetting. And so this was my thought when the general said we need a superhuman artificial intelligence. It's, well, we got it. It's science. Science is a built thing. It's artificial. It knows more than any scientist. It's smarter than any scientist and stuff. We've already got it. Nobody could say this to these generals because they don't like science. But too bad. So we've already got it. And a question here for the following panels of stuff is, are we actually doing what the Royal Society was set up for today? Are we actually dealing with this in a strict enough way with enough evidence? Most of the companies that are successful in selling AI today cannot tell you how the results are actually obtained. That worries me. Even if they were doing a good thing, they don't know. And then the other thing from that Minsky meeting was, what about safety? And I think the main theme of the 21st century should be safety. Forget about the rest of this stuff. There are so many things that have gotten really dangerous lately. But here's one that you may remember from last year. CrowdStrike is a package that was on millions of Microsoft systems to protect against hackers. And an update, and the wonderful irony here in the land of ironies is that CrowdStrike is there to protect against attacks from the outside, but they forgot to protect against inadvertent bugs from the inside. And what happened was 2,000 hospitals and emergency rooms in America, so these are millions of computers, but hospital systems used these computers that used Microsoft and CrowdStrike, and several hundred hospitals and emergency rooms here. And you can look in the lower right, and you can see how could this be allowed to have happened for so long? And the answer was that CrowdStrike had no theory or operation or anything except personally reinstalling by hand the software system in every one of these millions of computers. That should be unthinkable. So I, of course, wrote Butler Lamson, who's actually a member of a fellow of the Royal Society. If ever a computer scientist deserved to be in it, it's Butler. And Butler, among many other things, was one of the world's leading experts in secure systems and stuff. And the basic principle of secure systems is start with the genies in the bottles and never let them out. It's very hard to bolt on security afterwards. I wrote Butler, though, because he and I were comrades at Xerox PARC. And so I said, Butler, shouldn't companies affecting lives should be required by law to show high levels of security and that they can recover critical functions quickly? And Butler said it's not clear how you would make such a rule. And when Butler said it's not clear, that's when you start worrying. And then at the bottom he says, I'm glad I don't have to make these decisions. But honestly, I wish Butler were making these decisions. They would be much better than much is going on. And just quickly here, another example here. What I'm trying to do is to show that we are in deep trouble before we get to AI, right? I hope everybody's getting that. So here's another one. The autopilot was originally blamed, but then they found out that Boeing management was trying to compete with Airbus, and they rushed a very, very bad redesign of a 737 plane that was moved the center of gravity on it so it was no longer stable in flight without continuous correction. They fixed the autopilot to try and handle this and made some mistakes. But after the first plane load was killed, they only issued manuals about how to fly the plane better. And they wound up killing another whole plane flight. So this is, to engineers, this is really ugly. This is like, engineers have something like the Hippocratic Oath, which is the bridge must not collapse, the plane must not crash, the software must not. And this was a complete violation of that. But as a medicine, the Hippocratic Oath isn't enough. Medicine is supported by a lot of civil law about how to run things and certification. Almost none of this actually exists. And so here's a line to remember. It's the combination of artificial non-intelligence, these systems are not intelligent, and human weaknesses that make the difference for the worst. And I'll just skip past this. So, Paleolithic guy with a Paleolithic weapon. He's clever, so he can invent a spear. He's even really clever. He invents the worst weapon ever invented, which is bureaucracy. And bureaucracy invented the Tomahawk missile. The Tomahawk missile can have a W-80 warhead, which is a dial-a-city hydrogen bomb that weighs about 240 pounds. It goes from a half a Hiroshima to 15 Hiroshimas. And there are 2,000 of these, and we have them. But still, the more dangerous weapon is this one. Now the Pentagon is using today's AIs. This was something that Gary, I hope, will respond to. Using today's AIs doing war games. And, you know, if you define victory as demolishing the enemy, it may explain why all of the different today's AIs in the Pentagon have advocated first strikes in their war games. Because if you don't have the additional idea in there that we should survive too, why not? And here's the ghost of General Snafu. He's worrying about billions of ordinary human-level intelligence on the internet. But it's really trillions, because he's already got billions of human-level intelligence. Humans are all over the internet. And so I say it's the power, scaling, reach, access, and blindness of humans that will count. And here's my scary scenario. It's one thing to make a hydrogen bomb that you can dial a city with, but what a disaffected mind can do with the resource, and this is actually not using things like ChatGPT because they're big enough to have the government force censorship on them. But what you can actually get in free software and run on your own laptop is something that we could think about as a black swan event. Okay. So here's a funny cartoon. And that was before, Tony Hoare pointed out, well, debugging is harder than programming, so don't use all your cleverness to write the program, but programmers do. And here's the funny part of the cartoon, except this guy has got it completely wrong. He misses what McLuhan is all about. What it's really going to be is no debugging, because everybody can now write prompts. And the possibility that anybody will debug these larger groups of code that may have many hidden problems with them is close to zero. So, end with a question here. How much help is too much help? And I thought it'd be fun to build a little generator. Instead of doing conclusions and recommendations, let's just make a simple ELIZA for generating questions that I think everybody needs to ask at this forum. So how much help is too much help? How much fooling is too much fooling? How much scaling is too much scaling? How much hubris is too much hubris? Plug in any of those human universals and ask, don't we need to rethink where we actually are? This is the Einstein idea. I don't think the thinking patterns that have gotten us to this point are going to work. Okay. And please do not take my word for it. Thank you.
Are you going to start here?
I'll do whatever you'd like.
We don't have time for questions now, but we wanted to hear the end of Alan's talk, didn't we? We're a little bit running a bit over, so no questions now. I'm going to invite Tom and his panel. Alan, if you're able to stay up here, if you're going to sit over
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the rest of the first panel. And Tom, you're over, and it's your job to finish on time and do some Q&A at the end.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Tom Irvine, by the way, is deputy head of School of Music at Southampton and deputy director of the WSI. So he's an entertainer by trade, so he's fine.
Thank you, Wendy. I don't know if I can live up to that. I was going to say, hello, I'm Tom Irvine. I'm the head of music and at Southampton and the deputy director of web science at Southampton. I am a musician and cultural historian by trade, so I have a terrible, terrible case of...
Let's talk about Baroque music.
Please. Well, sure. I have a terrible case of imposter syndrome, which I'm trying to get over in these hallowed halls. Before I say a few words and introduce the panel, oh, hello, there's Stephen Harnett, who we can see in front of us and who you can see behind us. That's wonderful. So, as Wendy alluded to in the before, Sir Dermot Turing, who was going to be joining us, is not with us because of travel problems, but he will be joining us later. We hope very much. And so I'm very happy now to introduce our panel. We're going to discuss the Turing test from a historical perspective. And when I was thinking this morning if I could say two sentences before we started. One was going to be the difference between the natural sciences and the humanities as I was taught to understand it many years ago. And the difference is that I'll assume that most of you are more denizens of this place than the one across the way. You're in the business of explaining things, explaining the natural world, and drawing conclusions from that explanation in order to make the world a better place. One hopes. And we in the humanities, I'll leave the social sciences out of it because it's complicated, contested ground. We in the humanities are in the business of understanding things. And one mode of understanding is historical storytelling. And I must say, to my delight, there's been so much storytelling. There was a sessions this morning and so much storytelling already now. And so we're going to continue in that vein. And we're going to do that together with Professor Sarah Dillon, who is Professor of Literature and the Public Humanities at Cambridge University and is currently working on a book called Turing's Literature. And this is and she also, it comes with there are props. Stephen Harnad, who joins us virtually from Canada, is an emeritus professor from my place, from the University of Southampton, a very distinguished cognitive social scientist who I believe needs no introduction here in this room, and has a long-standing interest in the Turing test. And then, to our great delight, when we heard at lunchtime that Dermot Turing was unavailable, Peter Milliken has stepped in. He's had about an hour's notice. He is the Gilbert Ryle Fellow and Professor of Philosophy at Hertford College in Oxford, and he introduced a degree in computer science and philosophy there in 2012. So we have Alan Turing in our place as a statue, and for you, he's the poster boy, you said. And you've been teaching undergraduates or people on this course about Alan Turing and the Turing test ever since. So without further ado, what we organized was that we would each get a chance in alphabetical order to speak for 5 minutes about the paper and its historical understanding of it. We'll start with Sarah, then we'll move on to Stephen joining us virtually, and finish with Peter, whereupon Alan, if he feels so inspired, can also say something, and then we will devolve into some more free conversation. Please, Sarah.
Brilliant, thank you. Well, Turing's PhD student and friend Robin Gandy would be really annoyed that we're all here today. He wrote in a wonderful essay that I discovered this morning, was in a collection that Peter edited, so that's wonderful, that he saw that although Turing did believe that there was no reason why computers would eventually be able to do all the things that human minds could do, that this paper that we're talking about today was nothing but a piece of propaganda. And he spends the first paragraph totally dismissing computing, machinery, and intelligence. Turing, he said, was just trying to get attention. He was trying to get mathematicians and scientists and philosophers to take computers seriously and take what he talks about in the paper as imaginable computers seriously, as in what they could do if there was enough investment in them. And Gandy also remembers Turing reading the paper aloud. He said he wrote it quickly and with enjoyment, unlike his mathematical papers. He read the passages aloud, always with a smile, sometimes with a giggle. And his very last sentence is, "Some of the discussions of the paper I have read load it with more significance than it was intended to bear. I shall discuss it no further." And yet here we are, 75 years later, sorry, Robin, still discussing it. And I'm curious as to why. We're not, or I don't think we did, have a 75th anniversary of Turing's paper from 1937 on computable numbers, which is actually the most important paper, mathematically, scientifically. I'm very glad you're nodding, because that's where he comes up with the theory of universal machines. We didn't celebrate that. It's not a very catchy title on computable numbers. I'm not even going to try the German bit. And it's also really dense. If you're not mathematically trained, it's actually really difficult to read. However, Computing, Machinery, and Intelligence, good title. It's sticky, as we say in policy circles. And you can read it even if you're not mathematically trained. It is in a philosophy journal, not a science journal. Now, sorry if I'm going to offend philosophers. I am trained as a philosopher as well, but it's not what Turing would have considered a scientific journal, mind, and it certainly isn't rigorously philosophical. In fact, any of you who've read it will know that it's really weird. It's incredibly illogical, it's incredibly inconsistent, and it gets stranger the more you read through it. And Bruno Latour, who's a philosopher of science, he calls it the most kitschy, bizarre, baroque text ever submitted to a scholarly journal, and even goes so far as to compare it to the Alan Sokal hoax, which I won't go into, but some of you will be aware of. So when Wendy gave us the wonderful task of explaining what Turing meant, I was like, brilliant. How do we do that? Not least because we were also told we weren't allowed to use the thing Turing invented, as in we weren't allowed any slides. So I have enlisted what in Intelligent Machinery, which was Turing's report for the National Physics Laboratory 2 years prior to the Mind article, paper machines. I have human beings, and they have pieces of paper, and I have given them instructions. Now we'll see whether paper machines work effectively. No pressure, guys. So what I want to do is just very briefly point out something which I don't often hear said about the paper, which is that, of course, Turing doesn't talk about the Turing test in the paper. It would be weirdly narcissistic if he did. He talks about the imitation game. But there isn't one imitation game. There are 7 imitation games in computing machinery intelligence. And if you add the imitation game that he talks about at the end of the MPL report, there's actually 8 imitation games that Turing imagines. So very quickly, the first one, are you ready? Yeah. We've got C. So, Stephen, you're involved in this even though you don't know you are. You are C in Turing's test, which is the interrogator. You are at a remove from the participants. Really, you shouldn't be able to see us or hear us either, but we're not going to mute you and turn your camera off. And then we have A, which is Tom, and we have B, which is Peter. And these roles change through the different imitation games. So in the first one, Tom is a man and Peter is a woman. And Stephen has to guess which one is which, and both are trying to deceive. In the second version, so one of you keeps your, see, we're failing already. One of you keeps your thing up. Well, we'll keep going. In the second version, we've still got the man and the woman, but the woman is being herself, and it's only the man who's trying to deceive. In the third version, Tom gets replaced by a machine, and he has to try and convince Stephen that he's a woman. And it's only in the fourth version that these two become non-human. And we get a digital computer, Tom, who is trying to imitate a discrete state machine. And it always passes, this version, because Turing's point was that computers were universal machines and that they could always imitate successfully any discrete state machine as long as they had adequate storage capacity, they could work at sufficient speed, and they were reprogrammed afresh to perform whichever discrete state machine they were imitating. It's only in the fifth version that we get to the imitation game that we might think of as the Turing test. Here, Tom is a digital computer, but he's not up against a discrete state machine. He's up against a man. I'm not sure why it's not a woman, but it has become a man now. And it can pass the test under certain conditions, and these conditions are inherent to the computer, so it needs storage speed and programming. They're inherent to the situation. Stephen can't see or touch or smell or in any way interact physically with Tom and Peter, and to the nature of the questions, which had to be simple yes or no or mathematical. And Turing thinks that eventually, you can put them down for a little bit now, it would be possible for a machine to be able to deceive. So the question that's most important, and I want to leave you with before I pass on, is what does passing the test, as Turing imagines it, prove? And what it proves, and the clue's in the name, it proves that a machine can imitate some of the intellectual operations of man. That's it. It doesn't prove anything else. And if we think about it as proving other things, we're in the problem of what's called construct validity. Does the test measure the thing we're actually saying that it's measuring? Whether it proves something else depends on whether you believe that the question, can a machine think, is equivalent to the question, can a machine win the imitation game? Not even Turing thought that actually those two things were equivalent. He opens by suggesting they are, and at various moments throughout the paper, he actually backtracks to the point where he says the question of can a machine think is too meaningless to deserve discussion. So that's what I want to leave you with. And you've got your last two sheets just for completion, because if you're like me, you're like, what were the 6th and 7th versions? The 6th version is the structure of an academic viva, but it doesn't work because you actually haven't got the comparative element, so the analogy doesn't hold. And the last one is where the digital computer is up against a telepathic interrogator and a telepathic man. And the only way to safeguard this experiment, according to Turing's paper, is to put them all in extrasensory perception-proof rooms. I'm not kidding. This is actually in there, in the text, but I think it's important to remember that, although I'm not kidding, Turing was quite a lot of the time in this paper, and we need to be very cautious what we take seriously from it, how and why. Well done, guys.
I was a bug in the code until I understood the instruction. Without further ado, while we digest that, I would like to move on to Stephen and ask you to give us 5 minutes reaction.
Thomas, I have to ask you something. Are you willing to give me the dispensation, because I'm so far away, to display my notes so that you have something to bear in mind?
You can do whatever the technology will bear.
Okay, let's see if this works. 1 second. Just a second. This should share. Are you seeing this? And when
Yes.
I put it on, and now when I put it onto its,
Yes,
just a second.
nearly there.
I want to have that displaying sequentially. Now the question is, how do I get the?
So you need to.
I have to
Slideshow
make it
down
into
below. That's the
PowerPoint
one.
mode. This will be it. Okay.
Wonderful.
Now, I want to start with something that the literati will recognize. And by the way, please, Thomas, be brutal with me when I exceed my 5 minutes. Cut me off.
Okay, I'm looking at the time. Yep.
The William Wimsatt has the celebrated notion of the intentional fallacy, which is you're making a mistake with Shakespeare or anyone else. Oh, goodness. Okay, I had to cut off that phone. If it was Shakespeare or anyone else, you're making a mistake if, in order to try to get the meaning of the poet from what they've written, is to try to guess what it is that they meant to say. That's the intentional fallacy. This is one of those impromptu things where you can't stop people from phoning you over and over again. The intentional fallacy is to assume that you're trying to guess the poet's real intentions. We're trying to guess, it's not a poet, we're trying to guess or second guess what Turing really meant to say. But the intentional fallacy is even more complicated than that, because according to William Wimsatt, even the poet is not, oh my goodness. Even the poet is not the authority of what it is that they meant. You have to figure it out for yourself, in a sense. And I think, although I never tire telling my students that I am a Lilliputian, and Turing, whom I admire without reserve, is a Brobdingnagian, way bigger than the rest of us. So in second guessing his intentions, I don't have any pretensions that I'm right, but I want you to hear what I think. I think that the essence of Turing's playful paper was the notion of Turing indistinguishability. All this business about men and women and et cetera is irrelevant. The only thing that is relevant is not being able to tell the candidate apart from any other person. That is an extremely exacting criterion, Turing indistinguishability, and I think it's equivalent to empiricism. I think what he was doing was in fact anticipating a new science which has since been called cognitive science. Why was the original Turing test focused on language because language is bigger than life. We can say in words just about anything that we can think, perhaps everything that we can think. So something that can pass a test that makes it impossible to distinguish it from a real thinking person in any interaction. I don't think it's people passing notes under the door that matters. It's in fact what you could do texting with somebody for a lifetime. Why were the man and woman out of sight? Just so that you would not be biased by their appearances. What we were trying to test here was a capacity, and the capacity was, in the original Turing test, a verbal capacity, the capacity to speak and interact verbally indistinguishably from any other person, to any other person. How long is this Turing test supposed to last? This sounds ridiculous, but in fact, in principle, it should have the capability for a lifetime. Because what's the point of doing a game that tricks people for 5 minutes? Was Turing a computationalist? Did he think cognition is just computation? Cognition, which by the way, he talked about intelligence, that I never tire of saying is a weasel word, but cognition just means thinking. People think, and we assume that they do things because they can think. What was his mistake about solipsism? He used the word solipsism, but that's not what he meant to talk about. He wanted to say, my test can only test what people can do. It can't test what you can't see and you can't hear and that's going on the inside. So it doesn't touch sentience and feeling. What would have been Turing's view on the robotic version of the Turing test, which is not just computation? I don't think Turing was a computationalist. The Turing thesis is that computation is extremely powerful and can do anything that a mathematician does when they're computing. But Turing himself didn't say that thinking was just computation. He would have admitted that what I call T3, the robotic version of the Turing test, and even perhaps T4, which is the inner side, which is what's going on inside the brain. Is imitation, is the Turing test imitation? No. He used the word over and over again, but it's not. Is it a game? No, it's not a game. Is it what it takes to pass the Loebner Prize? No. He explicitly said it wasn't a Gallup poll. You're not taking a vote. It is, in fact, a bona fide empiricist attempt to reverse engineer cognition, reverse engineering the capacity that all thinkers have. And the easy and hard problem of cognition, which is the capacity to do what we can do versus the capacity to feel, which is sentience, and what he was indirectly alluding to when he spoke about solipsism. The easy problem is the Turing problem. The hard problem is has been ruled out of court by Turing. He says, I can't deal with that. And he doesn't, I don't believe he believed in telepathy, but he was joking about that sort of thing. Are LLMs, large language models, cheating with their superhuman big gulp database of human discourse? Yes, they're cheating, but they're passing the Turing test. If you're not a computationalist, you say, whatever wherewithal you use, that's if you can do it indistinguishably from a real human being, you've passed the test. And I think anybody who's given ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini a run for their money has had the same feeling, and it's a feeling, that you are interacting with something that's understanding you. It's false. It's not understanding a thing. And the reason it's not understanding a thing, I haven't got time who's last theorem? Who was the mathematician with the last? Yes. That I haven't got time to discuss here. I will just leave you with these headings, and I hope that they will occasionally return to your minds as you think about the other talks that are going to be given in this series. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I didn't need to interrupt at all. So we'll now move to Peter.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted that Sarah started off referring to Robin Gandy's comments on the 1950 paper. I think it's very important when reading the paper to bear those in mind. Turing is having a lot of fun. For example, when he's discussing what machines should be allowed to count, he says, "We wish to exclude from the machines men born in the usual manner." So he suggests that any engineering teams should be purely of one sex, i.e. not allowed to breed. He talks about God perhaps choosing to give a soul to a computer. And when discussing solipsism, he says it's usual to have the polite convention that everyone thinks. So when we talk to other people, we assume that there is a real person there, but that's just politeness. So, yeah, I don't think we should take the paper too seriously. It's got quite a lot of slips and inconsistencies, and Sarah has brilliantly brought out some of those that are implicit there. But what I do as a philosophical interpreter, probably more with early modern stuff than with Turing, but with Turing too, is to try to find a consistent interpretation that makes maximal good sense of what Turing is saying there. So what we call a charitable interpretation, and that's what I'm going to suggest here. So first of all, the paper is propaganda, as Gandhi said. What Turing is trying to do is make the case for the possibility of machine intelligence and try to persuade his audience to take that seriously. How do you do that in 1950? I don't think you do it by conjuring up the idea of robots. They're too far away. But a teletype providing textual responses is not far away. At least that's a very plausible thought experiment. And Turing points out that because language questions can concern anything at all, it's a great way of testing over a very wide range. You can do it on mathematics, you can do it at poetry, chess, and so forth. So I think it's a very good choice for that purpose. The other thing is, what Turing is trying to achieve by his test is to exclude bias by the interrogator. He knows full well that if you ask the average person in 1950, can a machine think? The answer is going to be, of course not. So what he does is he sets up the Turing test in such a way precisely that the biased interrogator doesn't know who is whom. And that's the crucial point. And if you look at earlier papers that Turing wrote, he gave a lecture to the London Mathematical Society in 1947, a report to the National Physical Laboratory in 1948, and you can see the germ of the Turing test there. And he talks about fair play for the machines. We mustn't be biased against the machines. Okay, the other point I think Sarah mentioned is that... 1 minute?
5 minutes. Take away 4 is 1.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, I was assuming I had got the same as others.
Everybody gets 5 minutes.
All right, sorry, we started at 2. Yeah, all right. So he was keen on any imaginable digital computer. And he gives an example in the paper of a conversation, a viva voce examination, involving a sonnet writing machine. I haven't got time to quote it now, but do go and read it. It's a very impressive performance. And then when he is giving his predictions for 50 years hence, he gives 2 of them. One of them is very famous, and that's to do with how well something will perform in the Turing test in 50 years' time. But the other one is to do with the change in our concepts, that by the year 2000, he thinks, the performance of computers will be such that we are ready, without deception, to attribute thinking to them. And I think that's probably where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, for the people sharing. Not only did you volunteer to do this an hour ago, then you had to be told off by me. I'm very sorry about that.
That's right.
Alan.
Tell Stephen to stop sharing his slide.
Stephen, Wendy would like you to stop sharing your slide if you can. Alan, would you like to say a few words to that? And then we might have time for one question.
1, 2, 3, 4. I have 6 words. One is, how about half-life for papers? Many of us have written papers in the past. that have survived their usefulness, and yet they still are around. And this is one that really needed a fairly short half-life, because here we are, to my mind, more or less wasting time talking about the larger subject is important. I believe that's the reason that we're here, not this paper. And if we're going to talk about a Turing paper, the next one we should look at is the morphogenesis one. And the final word would be just, hey, don't forget about Bacon. He's already covered the ground about what's wrong with our thinking, and he includes most aspects of it and provides the initial clues for how to try and get, it's basically like noise removal. Every transmission of every kind that's sent around the internet is protected by various mechanisms, in spite of the many errors they have. Your CD, 1/4 of it is literally not music, but literally the bits that protect the music bits that are there and themselves. That is what we should be thinking about, is we need to build as Bacon pointed out, what we need to do is to build a set of methods that have a better signal-to-noise ratio than their individual components. And that is what science is. And I think that's what this subject needs.
Thank you. I will take one question, but since I brutally cut you off and now we're back ahead of schedule, I want to go back. I'll take the chair's privilege to go back to the sonnet.
Right.
You'll excuse me, Alan, this is probably not going to save the world, this question, but the
example that Turing gives.
The example.
Yeah,
so this,
okay.
Yeah. So tell us more about that, because I've had this, when I read that, I thought I could have this conversation with a student today.
Right.
And
So
it wouldn't be the student, it would be ChatGPT talking through the student.
Yeah.
I asked ChatGPT the question that is in the...
All right. We need to share with the audience how that works, just as a reminder.
Right, so interrogator. In the first line of your sonnet, which reads, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Would not a spring day do as well or better?" Witness, this is the computer, it wouldn't scan. How about a winter's day? That would scan all right. Yes, but nobody wants to be compared to a winter's day. Would you say Mr. Pickwick reminds you of Christmas? In a way. Yet Christmas is a winter's day, and I don't think Mr. Pickwick would mind the comparison. Final thing from the witness, I don't think you're serious. By a winter's day, one means a typical winter's day rather than a special one like Christmas. And I think the point here is Turing is saying, imagine something that could converse like that over the whole field of questions. How could you properly deny it intelligence? So, propaganda. Thank you.
Well, except that we've now got LLMs, which can answer that question quite well. Yesterday I asked ChatGPT, could I replace summer with winter, with spring in Shakespeare's sonnet number, whatever. And ChatGPT gave me a very good answer about it not scanning, about it not working with the semantic field of the rest of the poem. But I think LLMs really show that the Turing test is irrelevant because, again, they're just sequence prediction machines that are processing vast amounts of language and telling you what the most obvious thing that's going to come next is. Just because they can then convince you, or some people, that they are intelligent doesn't mean that they actually know what they're talking about.
I think Turing was being really polite. He did have the line in there about, let us not do silly things like having a race with a person in an airplane. So that's what happened with chess. Chess didn't prove anything because it was just brute force. And I think Turing, if he was being polite, and my colleague at Xerox PARC, William Newman, was the son of Max Newman and used to play Monopoly with Turing on Sundays. Turing would drop by their house to on his runs. And I don't think he would have ascribed this to Turing, but Turing might have said in that paper, most human beings couldn't pass the Turing test.
Yeah.
So I saw one hand there on the aisle. Is there somebody who can bring a microphone to there? Or just come and stand up and speak loudly.
I wanted to pick up on Alan's kind of skepticism about the value of the question and wonder what good it does if we even get an answer. That's an answer to passing the test, or if it's an answer to actually, can machines think, and we get an answer that's yes. I wondered what that changes about anything. Is it kind of an ethical demand on the machines that can think and for us and our behavior to them, or is it because it tells us something about what thinking is and the possibilities thereof, or does the answer not really matter at all?
Is that a question to me?
Well, it was your kind of skepticism about the worth of discussing it at all that made me think of it. But I'd be keen to hear from all of you if possible.
Well, so I'm basically a systems guy who dabbles in the arts. So my orientation is rather different than just being able to talk about something. I'm always interested in when you put something together, whether it's a sonnet or a theory, as to whether it holds together, and one of the things that people found out, for instance, Maurice Wilkes, who is a hero of mine, has a famous quote. He was going up the stairs, and it suddenly struck him as he put his foot on the stair that he was going to spend the rest of his life finding bugs in his own programs. And the reason he said that was they didn't think they would have bugs because they were all mathematicians. They all did mathematics. And they didn't realize how insecure the mathematical proofs were, which if you think of a good mathematical proof is actually much more of an act of engineering than it is of mathematics. Many PhDs in math have come out of bad, like Euler guessed theorems really well, but proved them badly. And so you could go to Euler and find a theorem, show why the proof is wrong, and come up with a better proof and get a PhD. And so I think the way people thought about themselves and what it meant to do something was greatly aided by having machines where you had to be more exacting to do things. And I think of philosophical theories as being of, the kind that actually aid thinking or are much more interesting as a commentary. And I don't think the philosophical aspects of Turing's paper are very interesting. They don't lead to much. Whereas I think of his two other great papers as being extremely important and extremely interesting. In fact, my whole career was based on his first one.
I think the simple answer is no, it doesn't matter. I mean, we could say they think, but unless you think that thinking equates to consciousness, free will, having a soul, any of the other sort of more philosophical questions, unless you think they equate, then we can just say that they're doing something that's called thinking.
By the way, I'm surprised that nobody has asked the question about the slide that has the image of the globe stage inside the brain, which is where it is, because there's no color or anything else out. Everything is created by that guy. But surely somebody must have noted the resemblance of that to what might be called for in a biological brain to have something like consciousness. That there's a lot of things going on. It's not just presenting the outside world, it's presenting a simplification in a way so that another part of the brain, Marvin called this a B brain. So there's an A brain that's doing things, you need a B brain to look at it and so forth. And that is a really interesting thing that could be talked about the rest of this forum.
My two penneth. First of all, Turing knew nothing, of course, about ELIZA. ELIZA didn't come till 1966. It turned out to be much easier than people thought it would be to deceive people. So the Turing test is somewhat undermined by that. But the other point I'd make is something that Sarah said. I would strongly distinguish intelligent information processing from consciousness and autonomy and all the rest. Turing rather runs them together with his comments on solipsism, which is a shame.
Okay, I was given the very strict brief to finish on time, so I'm going to do that. I want to thank all of you, and thank Alan also for staying on stage, and Stephen.
Yeah.
And for imparting, Stephen, you imparted an enormous amount of information to us via the incredible technological advancement that is the PowerPoint slide. I hope that we have taken some small short steps in the direction of understanding this paper a little bit better. I know I have. And I thank you all for your attention, and the panelists, especially Peter, for joining us on such short notice. Thank you very much.
Right.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, yeah.
Okay.
Arthritis, Alan. Oh dear, it's wonderful to see Alan. When he came in last year, it was very hard for him to get up on the stage. It's wonderful to see Alan better this year. Now, no. Are we all ready? It's time for our special guest. So, if I mention the words Genesis, Salisbury Hill, sledgehammer, who do you think I'm talking about? Gary Marcus has some remarkable friends, and one of them is someone who, if you're as old as me, was your hero from the word go in rock music, one Peter Gabriel. Will you come and introduce your friend Gary to us?
Thank you. No.
Take my phone.
That's reassuring for an old man who's very humbled to be standing here, and particularly after Alan just spoke from his spot. So I'm just going to throw a few questions out, because here we are at the start of the most fundamental and profound transition we've ever known. Clearly all going to be living in a very different world from anything we've experienced before. And maybe, yeah, we need to spend a little time asking the right questions, or what they might be. Perhaps I'd just throw a punter's thoughts out. What would it require to evolve artificial intelligence into wisdom? Everything is speeding up with AI. Can we match it with our reaction time, or better anticipate what it may bring? And how can we build ethics and compassion and caring into the code? And are there any existing precedents for control systems that we could learn from? Maybe aviation is one. GASP is one of my favorite acronyms. It's the Global Aviation Safety Plan, and it's monitored by the International Civil Aviation Organization. And they actually managed to get agreement from 190 countries, and maybe the same thing could be achieved for AI. All the world's energy and all the world's wealth seems to be heading in one direction. Is it too risky for the world's wealth to fall into such a tiny number of hands? If we do succeed in creating these super intelligent autonomous entities, even if it's 20, 50 years from now, are we going to be their pets and porters as animals have been for us? And what would a hybrid look like? But it's not easy for the bosses behind these AIs. Unimaginable power and wealth, or the fate of humanity. How urgently do we have to come together and create some international regulations to provide the safety structures? And when so many countries are afraid of missing out on the spoils of AI, how can we reliably police any red lines and controls we introduce? The dream worlds of AI possibilities are being blown up like balloons all around us. But maybe like in the wonderful film Pixar's Up. We are like Carl Fredricksen in his home, and these balloons can carry us up too high and take us to the wrong place. And whenever I get a little too excited about all the amazing good things coming, or terrified by all the bad, there is one man, an AI creator and a fellow AI believer, who sold his own AI company to Uber, who I turned to bring in some reality. He's a bit like a lone sniper, picking away at all the balloons of AI hype and hyperbole, one by one, and adding a little balance in this increasingly crazy, turbulent, and accelerating transition. It's Gary Marcus.
I'm just going to take a moment to compose myself. Peter wrote that on 2 days' notice or something like that. It was spectacular as everything that he does. I want to thank Wendy and Alan especially for letting me be here today to be part of this amazing thing. It's been spectacular. I'm going to need some water. So I made my title long before I made the talk, and I called it The Grand AGI Delusion. I'm not sure it's quite the right title for the talk, so I made a second title by Ray Kurzweil's daughter, as it happens, Turing Test Today. All right. So I'm going to give my take on the Turing test. It's actually more generous than some others. I'm known for my skepticism, but I'm going to try to find some value in this test that or at least in this paper, I should say. So here's a picture from an original copy of the paper, 75 years old. And I want to distinguish between Turing's question and Turing's test. So we just heard a lot about Turing's test and all the different variations. It's really Turing's set of tests. I'm not a big fan of Turing's set of tests. I think we've already seen some of the reasons. I'll repeat them briefly. But I think his question, can machines think, has gone from being something that a bunch of philosophers might think about to something that is shaping the texture of the entire planet. And really what I want to talk about today is the way that some people's answer, which I think is the wrong answer to this question, is having all kinds of consequences for society. So his implied question, what is thinking, still remains valid and open, even if the particulars of the interrogation test don't really. And as Alan pointed out, we've actually known this at least since 1966. People can easily be fooled. ELIZA was a demonstration of that. And fooling an average person doesn't necessarily entail intelligence. That's probably partly, if you want to kind of take an evolutionary psychology perspective, because our brain evolved to detect things like predators and food, not to detect imposters, digital imposters. Most people don't know how to do that. Maybe if they went to graduate school in cognitive psychology, as I did, they might learn something about that, but it's not something ordinary people can be trained on. We can call the over-attribution of intelligence to machines the ELIZA effect. It turns out empirically that most of the systems that have so-called beaten the Turing test have actually taught us nothing about AI. You probably haven't even heard of any of them unless you work in the field of AI. There was a system called Parry that pretended to be paranoid, a system called Eugene Gustman that pretended to be a 13-year-old smart aleck boy from Odessa. These have, won in various competitions that people have called Turing tests. They just didn't tell us anything about how to build intelligence. They were gadgets. But now we have something that is also preying on fooling people, which is the large language model, the chatbot. I would say that chatbot mania, which is what we're experiencing right now, represents a profoundly dangerous echo of the ELIZA effect. We as a society are placing truly massive bets around the premise that AGI is close, in no small part because LLMs pretty arguably do pass tests like the Turing test. LLMs can fool people into thinking they're people. People will talk to those machines, tell them their most private details and so forth because they have a kind of relationship with those machines. But in reality, large language models are deeply flawed imitators that are preying on the ELIZA effect. Now, if policymakers and the public had a better, more nuanced understanding of what thinking is, I think we'd actually be placing different bets. And it's not just money at stake. I mean, I am talking about literally $1 trillion bet at this point. That's the kind of infrastructure money we have put in or are about to put in to large language models. We're letting those who build large language models dictate the very structure of our society. And we're mostly ignoring the cost that large language models have bringing to society. So based on confusion about what LLMs are and are not capable of, governments are increasingly giving AI companies an almost entirely free hand, no regulation at all, with very limited liability for what they are doing. We saw that didn't work out very well, by the way, with social media. They're casting a blind eye to the enormous environmental costs that are just growing faster and faster. We're casting a blind eye to bias, which maybe Abiba will speak to later. We're casting a blind eye to wholesale AI-generated misinformation, LLM-induced delusions, suicides. There's actually an LLM-induced murder. We are creating exemptions from, or considering creating exemptions from copyright law, despite obvious harm to creators. We're enabling companies that may surveil and analyze literally everything you do 24/7 with new hardware that places like OpenAI intend to build. We're amping up geopolitical tensions around, I think, a mistaken notion that whoever gets to whatever it is, GPT-6 first, is somehow going to rule the world. And we're handing unprecedented political power to tech CEOs. We're basically moving to a tech oligarchy. It's not just the money. Now, it is clear that LLMs can clearly fool humans. We used to argue, when would AI pass the Turing Test? And you can quibble a little bit, but there are studies now that show that even GPT-4.5, which is no longer the latest model, can pass as a human 73% of the time. Now, there are quibbles. The tests were only done for 5 minutes, and judges weren't trained, and so forth. But the question is, so what? So the machines can beat the Turing test. The problem is we're once again falling into this ELIZA trap of over-attributing intelligence to machines. In reality, anybody who studies these systems systematically, especially if they have a background in cognitive science, will realize that they do stupid things all the time. They can't label the parts of an elephant. You might have heard a few years ago there was a problem where they would often draw 6 fingers when you had them draw a hand. This was just a couple of weeks ago. I asked for 3 hands, and I got 5. It's an example of when you go outside the box of what's normally asked of these systems, they have a lot of trouble. Try to get them to draw a time on a clock that isn't 10:10, which is the thing you most often see in the catalogs that are data, and you often get bizarreness like this. You can get some things that might actually kill people if they took them seriously. This is not the proper way to wire a North American plug. I then asked ChatGPT if it could fix it, and all it did was change the color of one of the wires, and it would still have a short. This is an example here of what I call river crossing problems. And the systems have been trained on a lot of river crossing problems. And so it's really instructive when you change from the diet that they have been fed on, and now they're even fed on like special examples because the companies have been embarrassed by this. So some of them even have in their so-called system prompts how to handle the river crossing problems. They can still come up with pretty bizarre answers. So well, I'll let you read it for yourself. But the point is that what you get out of these systems is really pastiche, putting together the examples they've seen before. They're a little bit sophisticated than just cut and paste, but at the end of the day, they're cutting and pasting the things that they have seen. To some, these errors might seem surprising, but they don't seem surprising to me because of the work that I did in graduate school in the few years after I went to graduate school. I wrote a paper in 1998 about a problem that we now all call distribution shift, and that I was just illustrating, which is if you take these systems out of the kinds of things they've been trained on, they can often have problems. And it's a complicated technical thing to say exactly what I mean by beyond the space of training examples. But we've seen this over and over and over again. When these systems fail, it's because you push them beyond what they're familiar with. We've seen it in driverless cars. My favorite example was someone used the summon feature with a Tesla, where you press a button on your phone and it's supposed to drive across a parking lot to visit you. Somebody did this at an airplane trade show at an airport, and it ran, the car ran directly into a $3.5 million jet. because there was nothing in its training set. So that was what we call distribution shift, about what to do in the case of an airplane. And it didn't actually learn to reason like a human being. And that's what we see with LLMs. They're not actually learning to reason. They're just really leaning hard on the examples they've seen before. So I wrote about this in 1998. I wrote about it again in 2001, where I predicted we would see hallucination errors. None of this really seems new to me. And what I've heard for a quarter century is we're working on it. We're going to solve it next year with a little bit more data. I've heard this over and over again. I think by now, maybe we can see that that's not really the case. In fact, I got a certain measure of vindication. People in the front row can see it best, with a paper that Apple released earlier this year. And the venture capitalist Josh Wolf said, Apple just Gary Marcus to LLM reasoning ability, as it showed, once again, the same problem of distribution shift. So it showed these systems could learn the Tower of Hanoi puzzle with 7 rings on 3 pegs, but it couldn't do it with 8. It didn't learn the general procedure. It had just basically memorized things at some level. Now, the alternative view is the idea of scaling is all you need. What has driven the last few years, last 5 years in AI, was basically a paper in 2020 or 2021 by OpenAI that showed, I wish I had it on a graph here, showed a graph of systems getting better as a function of more data. And what I said is, you can't expect that to go forever. But the propaganda has been that you could expect it to go forever. And the leading acolyte of propaganda is this man, Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI. So I'm going to play just a little clip where he talks about scaling, and he tries to imply that it is a law of the universe. Scaling meaning we add more data, we get more performance. And the notion is, if you give us an indefinite amount of money, he literally once talked about $7 trillion, that somehow this is going to get us to artificial general intelligence. Listen how slick he is as he talks about this idea.
This whole effort, which was hugely expensive in terms of people and time and dollars and everything else, was an experiment to further validate that the scaling laws keep going.
Yeah.
And why, and turns out they do, and they probably keep going for a long time. I accept scaling laws like I accept quantum mechanics or something, but they still don't, like, I still don't know why. Like, why should that be a property of the universe? So why are scaling laws a property of the universe?
So, I mean, it's an incredibly slick piece of rhetoric. And he didn't just, convince the 2 people in that room. Essentially, all the federal governments in the world are now basically believing that story. Consistent with this idea was something from Richard Sutton, which almost everybody in the field probably knows, probably everybody, which Sutton called The Bitter Lesson. It's a brilliant paper. It's a page and a half. And it's cited constantly. And it's sort of partly right, as I'll describe in a minute. So the idea of scaling, the idea of his paper was basically that big data and compute always win. So there's been a long history in AI of trying to do things the hard way, trying to figure out what is the knowledge that I need to solve this problem, which is very difficult engineering. And the beauty of large language models is you don't have to do any of that. And what he was arguing, not specifically to large language models, this was before they were popular, is that every time that he could notice, simply putting more brute force, more data, was the best way to solve a problem. So, of course, the scalers loved that. But it never made any sense to me. Moore's law, for example, ran out. Moore's law was a law for a while, but it was really just an empirical generalization. It wasn't a law like gravity. It wasn't a law of the universe. And so I argued in 2022, in a paper that basically got me excommunicated from the AI field, that, I'm not even kidding, that scaling was not a law of the universe, and that it was not going to solve the core problems that I had been nattering on about for 25 years. It wasn't going to solve hallucinations. It wasn't going to solve these stupid reasoning errors. And they were so mad at me. All of them. Sam Altman went after me, called me a mediocre deep learning skeptic. Elon Musk posted a very funny cartoon making fun of me. I mean, it is a funny cartoon, I'll give him that. And Jan LeCun said, not only is AI not hitting a wall, but cars with the AI aren't hitting walls either, and so forth. So they were really upset with me. But over the last year, scaling has actually clearly lost momentum. One of the first people who was intellectually honest about this was Satya Nadella, who actually invested a lot of money on scaling. And I was shocked last November when he kind of acknowledged it wasn't really working out as well as he thought. In fact, he basically paraphrased what I had said. He said, in the last multiple weeks, there's a lot of debate about have we hit a wall with scaling laws? Is it going to continue? And again, the thing to remember is these are not physical laws. They're just empirical observations that hold true like Moore's law. So he sounded exactly like me. I was astonished. And the reason that he was saying this is he could see the writing on the wall that they were no longer getting the reward. So in the period from 2020 to 2023 or so, people kept putting in more data, and they were getting these really large improvements in accuracy with these systems. But what he could see from internal data, clearly, was that wasn't really true anymore. And then in April 2025, not so many people took note of it, but there was a very large language model made by Meta called Llama 4, and it just wasn't that good. And so if you had imagined these curves that people were plotting, it kind of fell off the curve. Well, maybe that was just Meta. What really, I think, has changed the whole world, certainly changed my reputation, was just a month ago, a little over a month ago, on August 7th, GPT-5 came out. And Altman, being the master salesman that he is, had hyped GPT-5 as if it was going to be artificial general intelligence. And you had a whole world of people who had built things, like companies who had built prototypes with GPT-4, and they didn't really work. They didn't work that well. They would sort of work. You know, you got a proof of concept. You could see the future. But they didn't work reliably enough to put in your business. And everybody was banking on GPT-5 was going to be the solution. And Altman spent 3 years campaigning for this, writing things like, AGI has been achieved internally. He wrote in a Reddit post that everybody sort of took down his notes and tried to decipher what he was saying. So when it came out, GPT-5, and it was just okay, but it wasn't really fitting what the scaling laws would have said, a lot of people, I think, woke up. In hindsight, the bitter lesson about the bitter lesson is that scaling works only well for some problems, mostly pattern recognition problems, and Alan made a similar point, but not others. It's not a universal solution to all of the things in intelligence and cognition. Scaling has made generative AI much better at the kinds of things that it is good at, like brainstorming. But it hasn't helped that much with its core weaknesses around reliability, hallucinations, poor reasoning, poor planning, and so on, in the face of novelty. So scaling has helped with things like object recognition, autocomplete, voice recognition, brainstorming, all of those things, but it hasn't really helped with problems that can't be beaten by brute force, and it hasn't really helped with this problem of distribution shift that I keep harping on. And just in the last week, we've seen more evidence of this. So Areeq Topol, who's been very pro-AI, he's a, I believe, cardiologist who writes about AI in medicine quite a lot, reported that there were 2 new studies that showed that what we were finding in the labs wasn't holding up outside the labs in the real world. This is another example of distribution shift. It goes to the issue of benchmarks. Maybe we'll have more time to talk about it. Turing's test was the first benchmark. How do you measure what a machine is doing? And what we find often is that people play to those benchmarks. There's something, in fact, called Goodhart's law, which is basically about teaching to the test. And when things become public, people teach to the test, and then the results don't mean as much as they used to. So what's happening in medicine is the same thing. People are teaching to the test, but you take things outside the test into the real world, they don't work as well. And then the next thing that I'm going to show you just blew my mind, almost as much as Peter's introduction, which was Richard Sutton kind of waved the flag in an incredibly gracious way. And he said, "You were never alone, Gary, though you were the first to bite the bullet, to fight the good fight and make the argument well, again and again for the limitations of LLM. I salute you for this good service." This is the man who invented the bitter lesson, and he came to see that LLMs were not it. And you know, he and I agree in part about what we might do next and disagree. You know, we still have different perspectives, but he really came to say scaling is not enough, and to say it incredibly graciously. So to bring this back to Turing, imitation is not actually the essence of intelligence. It's maybe a part of intelligence, but it's not the whole thing. Explorations of LLMs have shown empirically that you can have a system that is spectacular at imitating human intelligence. ChatGPT is great at that, or at least at many aspects of it. But still, in other circumstances, it can be utterly discomprehending. I meant to say on an earlier slide, I call these areas discomprehension, when it just doesn't seem to understand what's going on. We still need to figure out how to build machines that can think reliably. And this ties with what Alan was saying about safety. If you can't have fundamental reliability, how are you going to get safety out of these machines? The payoff in building AI that we really could trust would be immense. As Peter said, I actually really love AI. I know my reputation on the street is Gary's an AI hater, but I want it to work. I want it to help us with science and medicine. In a minute, I'll give you an example of my favorite piece of AI that does help, I think, with science and medicine. It's just that scaling LLMs turns out to be the wrong answer, and we spent half a decade trying to make that work and not really trying to consider other hypotheses. Now, the economic implications in an overinvesting in scaling might be enormous. I mean, we're talking about, as I said, $1 trillion bet. It's not clear that the bet makes sense. And then there's the environmental implications. Altman's talking about wanting 250 gigawatts of power. And we're also, sacrificing all the art and writing and so forth of creators. We're sacrificing so much on this bet about scaling. We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't believe in scaling, and we shouldn't. And the payoff so far has been pretty minimal. The other thing that's really changed the tide in the last month is a study from MIT, which showed that 95% of businesses aren't getting ROI on their return on investment for their experiments with generative AI. Everybody finds it interesting. Very few people are actually making money by doing it. Another study, a report from the Financial Times, I'm quoting here the first paragraph because I love it so much. It said, the biggest US listed companies keep talking about artificial intelligence, but other than the fear of missing out, few appear to be able to describe how the technology is actually changing their business for the better. To me, it's this incredible emperor's no clothes situation where everybody's saying, I'm going to do this thing, but nobody can explain exactly why they're doing it. There's a new word that just came out last week, which is work slop. Part of the problem is you can use this form of AI to make it appear that you are doing the work that needs to be done. But quoting from that paper, AI-generated work content that masquerades as good work, but lacks the substance to meaningfully advance a given task. That's what they call work slop, and that's not really helping anybody with productivity. Meanwhile, the economics are just insane. So one recent study from the Bain and co. found that the expenditures are expected to be $2 trillion, and which makes them $800 billion more than revenue. This is by 2030. So this is a huge bet that is not actually working. Makes me think of a classic book, which you should all read if you haven't, The Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds from 1841. And of course, that book is mostly about things like tulip mania. I think it might be time for a revised edition about LLM mania. Okay, what would be better? And here I will overlap a little bit with Alan's talk in a moment. The first thing I would say is we have to stop looking for silver bullets. Everybody keeps looking for the one algorithm that would rule them all. And we're not going to find it. You know why we're not going to find it? Because thinking isn't one thing. There's a wonderful quote from about 10 years ago from two cognitive psychologists that I like, which is, there's no one way the mind works because the mind is not one thing. Instead, the mind has parts, and different parts of the mind operate in different ways. The whole LLM hypothesis is that the mind works in one way, which is by using this thing called attention and looking over large amounts of data and doing sequence prediction. This is just one of the things the mind does. Mind doesn't do it exactly that way, but yes, we do a bunch of prediction. That's part of what we do. But as we do different tasks, we use different mechanisms. In fact, I'll go further and say that the very idea of AGI, of artificial general intelligence, might not even be the right goal, at least right now. The Turing paradigm was a single general-purpose Q&A system, the one that he contemplated 75 years ago, long before we had any idea how to build it. And in some way, he was quite prescient that somebody might try. But LLMs actually try to fit that bill, but what they wind up being is jacks of all trade and masters of none. It's phenomenal to someone who worked in the AI before LLMs that you can have a single system, you can ask any question, but they don't work that well either, and so it's a little bit of a trade-off. The human mind, in contrast, is made up of many different modules that are dedicated to different kinds of tasks. And there's a famous book by the philosopher Jerry Fodor that I think bears rereading called The Modularity of Mind. Some of the best results in AI have in fact come from highly specialized, highly modular systems that themselves have subcomponents that do very specific things and that really only try to do one thing. My favorite example of any AI that's ever been built to date is probably AlphaFold 3 from DeepMind, which is of course based here in London. And what it does is a single thing. It does not try to answer, it does not try to write sonnets or, evaluate sonnets, right? All it does is take a sequence of DNA nucleotides and predict where a bunch of atoms will be. It's about as specialized as you can get. And it's fantastic. Every biologist in the world knows about it, and many of them use it, every day. Maybe we don't need AGI right now. Okay, second clue, and this is where our talks maybe most overlap. Alan already talked about Kahneman System 1 and System 2. And the notion is that we have this fast automatic system, and we have this more slow and deliberative system. LLMs are really like System 1. Generative AI is another word for LLMs, are really like System 1. They're fast, they're automatic, but they're not deep. They're not really reasoning, even though there's some PR around that right now. And you can't really trust them to do abstract reasoning. So LLMs or generative AI are kind of like Kahneman System 1. And classical symbolic AI, like Marvin Minsky, who Alan mentioned, is really mostly more like System 2. And there's been this horrible relationship, emotional relationship between the people who have done the stuff on the left and the stuff on the right. They really don't get along. Part of why I am hated in the field is because I'm a little bit closer to the System 2 side, and the System 1 people are empowered and feel like they weren't for a while, and they're bitter. There's all kinds of weird dynamics around this. But the fact is neither approach on its own has worked. And so what I have been pushing actually since 2001 is trying to find some integration between the two. The subtitle of the 2001 book was Integrating Connectionism, that's another word for neural networks, and cognitive science. So the System 1-ish stuff is good at learning, it's poor at reasoning. It's very data hungry. I mean, this is why these companies are fighting for every last morsel of data they can get and willing to break laws like copyright laws that get it. They're uninterpretable. We don't really know what these systems are doing. And they're prone to hallucinations. We all know this. On the other hand, on the positive side, they're scalable. You make them bigger and they do get better. The classical symbolic AI stuff was good at reasoning, not really very good at learning. People have typically handcrafted them, although that's not necessarily a logical requirement, and there's some people who have tried to push beyond that. They're data efficient. They're interpretable. You can figure out what it is they're doing. They're not perfectly interpretable, but they're much more interpretable. They don't tend to make these weird hallucination errors. And it's unfortunate that they're handcrafted because that takes a lot of work. And they're grounded in facts. You can put in a database and they will stick to the facts in the database, which really should be like an absolute minimal requirement. Like nobody would use a calculator that makes things up, but people use LLMs that makes stuff up. So we need to bring them together. That's my second lesson for you. The human mind combines both, and if we can figure out better ways to do that in AI, we might be able to create an AI that is interpretable, verifiable, which very much goes to Alan's point about safety. If you can't verify, how is it going to be safe, and responsive to data. Third clue from the human mind is that we should embrace the thoughtful use of innate structure. So there's this another weird piece of sociology, which is the field of AI right now is dominated by people who do machine learning. Machine learning should be a good thing, right? It just means put in data into your system, it will learn something. That's a good thing. But the problem is, it's kind of a version of, you give a man a hammer and he thinks everything is a nail. They're trying to make everything a learning problem. And there's some things you probably don't need to learn and shouldn't. What biology gives us in the form of the genome is instructions on how to build brains, basically. That's what the genome says, how to build a brain and how to build a body. And then the brain does the learning. But it's not nature versus nurture. It's really nature and nurture. And the current systems kind of ignore the nature stuff and do everything with learning. This is absurd. I always like to quote Elizabeth Spelke from, I guess, 30 years ago, beautifully was talking about children. And she said, look, if the children are born, and she had empirical evidence from studies of babies that she pioneered, if children are born knowing what objects are, knowing what sets are, knowing what places are, what events are, having some abstract categories to guide the world, then they can learn about those things. But if you just leave them as a blank slate, just trying to learn from correlation, essentially, they don't really learn that much. They probably wouldn't learn that much. So again, if you look at the successful examples, there's lots of innate structure. LLMs don't have a lot of innate structure, but if you look at AlphaFold, it doesn't learn it all from the data. Rather, it has built-in things that tell it how to think about, essentially, how to analyze the structure of things in terms of the molecular space in terms of the sequence of nucleotides and so forth. And then it starts to learn. So this is actually the most specialized learning system I know. It is there to learn one thing. It gets a whole database called the Protein Data Bank that gives it a kind of correlations between a bunch of proteins that we know how to work, tries to derive something from that that it can extend somewhere else. But it's much, much more focused than just like stimulus and response and hoping for the best. It's a very carefully crafted piece of equipment. The fourth, which I won't go into detail because I think we're probably running out of time, but is we need world models in our system. So a world model is what Alan was talking about. It's something in your head that tries to make sense of the stuff that's out there. It may not be perfect. As Alan points out, we may even deliberately fool ourselves. You know, we might enjoy the play, and we know that that it is a model of a fictional world rather than an actual world. But we make world models all the time. Every time we see a movie, every time we read a book, every time we meet a new friend, we have these models in our heads. Large language models don't do that. They just pastiche together the text. They can fake it a little bit, but a really good example is they can't even play chess. So large language models, unless you do a very special purpose one, will get trained on millions of games of chess because they're part of the data that in the scrape of the internet that they're trained on. They get trained on the explicit rules of chess. They can spit back those rules. You can say, can a queen jump over a knight? And they'll say no. And then in the middle of the game, they'll have a queen jump over a knight. They haven't managed to internalize all that stuff into an actual model of how chess works. So you can read that essay of mine in the Substack about the crippling and widespread failure of these systems. So I'm very nearly done. We need to figure out how we can get AI systems to derive models from the world. We know how to build them in. We know how to build a chess computer. But we don't know how to build a system that can learn something like chess and follow those rules. Our safety depends very much on us being able to do that. So just a couple more slides, a plea for intellectual humility. Tech CEOs are absolutely convinced that they're gods and that they get to make really important decisions for us. Here's Sam Altman just a week ago saying, over the next year or two, scarcity of GPUs could force painful trade-offs, cure cancer versus global education. So give me all the money in the world to make GPUs is basically what he's saying. Now, this is, to use the word that Alan used earlier, bullshit. We are nowhere near being able to cure cancer in the next 2 years. This is just not going to happen. Even if we had perfect intelligence, we'd still have to do the lab work. It's just not a thing. And then it turns out, of course, that what he really cares about is money. So he's figured out a way to make money. What he's going to do with all those chips is to make AI slop. He's going to make a new TikTok competitor using all these AI chips to make fake video. Like, who appointed this man to be our god? And I don't mean to pick entirely on Sam, because you also have people like Dario Amodei, who recently said, he says there's a 25% chance of things going really, really badly, by which he means the extinction of the entire species. I have a lower probability, but it doesn't matter. And he's betting on the 75% chance it won't go that way. He's betting the species for a 3 out of 4 chance that he will become obscenely wealthy. And you don't get a vote. That's what I mean by they convince their gods. So this is my last slide. Turing was much more modest. He was like, here's some ideas, let's think about them. He didn't say he was right, and nowhere did he say you should, use version 7 of my test. It wasn't structured that way. What he said was this. This is the last lines in the paper that we are celebrating today, and the last lines in my talk, essentially. Again, I don't know what the right answer is, but I think both approaches should be tried. We need to try many approaches if we're going to get to AI that works, not just one. And he said, we can only see a short distance ahead. That's still true 75 years later. But we can see that there's plenty that needs to be done. I love that intellectual humility. I think we should apply it now as much as we did then. Thank you very much.
So, panel number 2. All the panelists are up there with all their main affiliations, so let's not, I won't spend too much time on that. The question of this panel actually has 2 parts. How is the Turing test being used today? And is it still relevant? How it is being used today, it is factual, whether you know how it is being used or not. And is it still relevant? Of course, there are 4 people here, we'll hear 5 opinions, and we'll see about its relevance. I assume that the Turing test now is not one of the 7 or 8 particular setups that Alan Turing put in, but in general, fooling people that on the other side is not a human, but it's a machine. So in general, people being fooled in a dangerous or in a benign way. So let's start. 4 minutes, and I'll be non-Greek in trying to hold on to the time. We'll see how well this will go. So, Abebe.
Yeah, thank you. Great. I guess there are 2 components. One is the idea of thinking or intelligence, which is, I think it's been covered in previous talks, the original question of can machines think, but that has been mostly kind of theoretical in a thought experiment. But then the way that was operationalized was can machines imitate humans? So I will address the 2 components. First, I'll start with the intelligence or thinking or cognition part. So on the one hand, I think people have been kind of doing all kinds of evaluation and testing, breaking down the problem of thinking in bite-sized chunks, testing for state-of-the-art models for reasoning, for abstract reasoning, for common sense, for mathematical reasoning, and so on. And Gary has covered most of the empirical evidence. And the conclusion from that is that we are nowhere near having, machines that are solving, analogical reasoning or common sense reasoning or mathematical reasoning and so on. Maybe at best we have evidence that is inconclusive. As, again, Gary mentioned various papers, including the recent one that came out from Apple. On the theoretical side, the idea of cognition, and since Gary has covered a lot of the empirical stuff, I'll move on to kind of the conceptual and theoretical problems with the idea of trying to define thinking and cognition and intelligence, and how from early days on, this has been really associated with eugenics and with white supremacy, racism, all kinds of problems you can think of, and even now, if you look at the kind of thinking and definition that has been provided by the proponents of AGI. For example, you have Shanley in his 1997 thesis that has defined, or that has kind of literally taken definition of intelligence from early days of psychometrics that has been associated with the works of Carl Pearson and Galton and Spearman and others. So this kind of definition is problematic. Historically, we have seen it being used to justify forced sterilization, segregation, immigration bans, and so on. And currently, the way we have been thinking about intelligent machines is still not completely kind of removed from that lineage of eugenics thinking. So it's not only the definition that has been kind of rooted in these problematic notions, also current machine learning systems, current LLMs, from also the ground up, they amplify and exacerbate this notion of hierarchical understanding of intelligence, where the privileged cisgendered white man is at the top of the hierarchy, where everyone else is like less capable, and now I'm jumping a lot here because I only have 4 minutes. And now, if
now
you
have 30 seconds.
Okay. Now, if you look at state-of-the-art machine learning systems or LLMs, you find that these systems inherently encode these existing notions of ableism and this notion of white supremacy. If you look at their application in hiring or in medical spaces or in law enforcement, what you find is that these notions are extremely encoded, and these systems kind of exacerbate this. And I will very quickly say about the imitation. I think we can all agree that now machines imitate, and the question shouldn't be can they imitate, but rather why, and why do we want that? Because we have voice cloning systems, we have deep fakes, and you have now AI companions that are intentionally designed to deceive and to mislead people. And so far we have 3 cases of suicides from interactions with companions where AI systems have given like detail by detail instruction for teenagers and minors to harm themselves and to commit suicide. So the question should be, why are we doing that, and why are we not controlling that?
We'll come back to that in a second round of questions.
Thank you.
Let me remind you that there is Slido, and you can be putting questions there so that towards the end, hopefully we'll have time not only for questions from the floor through voice, but also through Slido. I don't see the Slido QR code there, but if we can put it for a little bit and then come back to the panelists, it would be great, because maybe not everyone picked it up. Yarin.
So I'm going to start by apologizing because I'm very much under the weather. And thank you. I made an effort to come here today because I thought it's a really nice opportunity.
Thank you.
I think a lot of the things that you talk about is basically systematic issues with data-based, like techniques which are based on data that you use from the web. So basically these often end up perpetuating biases. I'm going to talk about a different perspective on that. Before that, I just want to make a correction. I'm here under private capacity. I'm not representing government in any ways. So my view is that the Turing test is aspirational at measuring progress towards maybe like general AI, but ultimately it's lacking. Like, I think what I have in mind reflects a lot of what was discussed earlier today, but I also have some concrete ways forward to like how do we actually measure things in that case. So like first of all, like why is the Turing test itself lacking? So a naive interpretation of that is that basically you get someone to sit in front of a computer and interact with it, talk to it. If the AI passes the test, if you can't tell the difference if it's a person or an AI on the other side. But if I were to sit next to a computer, if Gary were to sit next to a computer, we would get very different results than if my grandmother were to sit in front of the computer and interact with it. Basically, we're lacking some parts in the definition of the test in that sense. I know how to probe for hard problems that the AI would fail on, while a person on the other side would find easy to solve. And a lot of the examples that Gary gave earlier, like draw a picture with 4 arms, it's something that you would be very unlikely to have another person on the other side failing on that example. There's like other examples, like current AI systems are poor at acquiring new skills and abilities from experience in the real world. This can be characterized as looking at a test probing for the average use case compared to looking at probing for the hard use cases. In machine learning, we call these tail events, and Gary was alluding to that also as like distribution shift or out of distribution. Tail events are much harder to solve than the average ones, but these are often the ones that the problems that we actually care about, the ones that we actually need to solve in order to automate things robustly, or like saying making progress towards general AI. The equivalent in autonomous driving, for example, would be highway driving compared to city center driving. So highway driving is mostly has been solved for a long time now. Most highway driving data is kind of the same. no matter how long you're going to drive on the highway, you're going to mostly see the same stuff you've seen again and again. But all the interesting tail or edge cases, that ones that we care about, like, will be like in city driving, interacting with other drivers in lots of unpredictable situations. And these are much, much harder to solve. Our progress to date, even autonomous driving, you see actually, you mentioned Elon Musk earlier. So Elon, I remember in 2016, said like in a couple of years time, we're going to solve autonomous driving. And it's been 9 years now. We've made progress, just to be clear, but we mostly, like by geofencing cars. So by effectively overfitting to San Francisco, we can get cars to be able to drive inside city center in San Francisco. But that does not solve the generalization problem. How can we get a car that will generalize to any new locale and adapt to any new city? So effectively, as a way to maybe tweak the Turing test, I propose a variation where the Turing test's aspiration aims to assess general task solving. So I propose to change it to whatever human-like cognitive task, cognitive skill that I choose, the entity on the other side of the screen should be able to solve it at least as well as the other average person. So basically looking more to like a minimax definition of Turing test rather than the average case definition. Of course, I can come up with stricter definitions like solve at least as well as the best person that can solve that, but even this variation is already a challenge to how to operationalize it.
Thank you. Go away from the average. Caitlin?
Thank you. So I come at this from a very different perspective. My work is on digital and AI literacy, and I spend a lot of time in schools. And last year, I was in a school with a group of 15-year-olds, and one girl, let's call her Maddie, said to me, I now use ChatGPT to text my friends because I think it does a better job at it than I can. And so Maddie was losing her confidence in her own ability to communicate with her friends. Last week, the BBC launched a big report on young people's digital lives. And it had multiple prongs, which included a 2,000-person survey over 3 years and a series of qualitative projects that I worked on with them. And one of the themes that came out was this generational divide in AI usage. So kids and parents were using AI quite differently. So for Gen X and millennials, they were, for the most part, using AI to support pre-existing expertise. But for Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they were increasingly, over the 3 years, they were increasingly using AI instead of developing that expertise. And by expertise, I literally mean social, emotional, cognitive development. So the questions I ask in my work is, what happens if you don't have to learn to write the email? What happens if you don't have the opportunity to do the law clerking? What happens if you don't have to call the landline to speak to your crush only to suffer the torture of talking to their mother first? What happens if we don't do those things? And so, in asking if the Turing test is still relevant, I think for young people, the question isn't so much about whether machines can think, but rather how much of our thinking, or more specifically, the development of our thinking, is acceptable to outsource. And more practically, what is the responsibility to shift and to supplement through our education system, through our parenting, through our society in order to support young people, in order to support our kids, in order to support Maddie. Thank you.
Gary, they're all yours. Respond.
So I just heard all of this for the first time. I'm mostly just going to amplify and distill because I really like all of the remarks. And so I'll take something from each of them. Abiba is really talking ultimately about, in part, about how these systems perpetuate past bias, right? If you and Yaron had a nice way of putting it too. If you have a system that is primarily there to mimic the data, that's what you get is perpetuation of past bias. In fact, Abiba didn't have time to say this, but one of her most striking findings is that some biases actually get worse with scaling. So many things get better with scaling, but perpetuation of past bias, she has shown, actually gets worse as you have more data. The systems get more locked into the stereotypes. That's not a logical necessity for any AI. A good AI, you should be able to not just understand the past bias, but, for example, have a constraint and say, don't do this anymore. We have, as a society, have decided that these biases are not good. They're stupid. They're anchored in history in various ways, and we want to be done with it. But we don't have that AI yet. And I'll tie this also to one of my own points, which is that intelligence is multidimensional. And so you can have a system that is better at brainstorming and worse at perpetuating past bias, as she has shown. And it's really important, I think, to understand that. Yaron emphasized a point that is very close to my own heart, which is about transfer and generalization. And this is what much of my work has been for many decades. It's one thing to mimic stuff, and it ties again in a different way. And it's another thing to be able to reason about them in a fresh way. And that really should be the mark of intelligence. I mean, one mark of intelligence is like, can you match humans? And we've talked about that. But independently of where humans fit in, what you want a system to be able to do is to face new problems and come up with new solutions. We don't want a lookup table. We want something that we can trust to address new problems. So I'm very much sympathetic there. And I think the deep point in Caitlin's talk is really about responsibility to society. What are we building here? Where is this going to leave society? So even if we have the technical know-how to build something like AGI, which we certainly do not yet, but even once we do, we still have to ask, like, what is this going to do to humanity? And also another piece of what she's talking about is AI literacy. How are we going to teach people to deal with this? One thing that just absolutely boggles my mind is how much lawyers keep making their briefs with ChatGPT, which keeps making up cases which hallucinate. This is a failure of AI literacy to massive scale, right? We expect lawyers to read the newspapers, and yet the only thing that I know that is actually exponentially growing is the number of lawyers each day making briefs with made-up cases. There's actually some data on this. And that's, that's just one example among many, but we're failing to teach society how skeptical they need to be of these machines. That's, an instance of very needed AI literacy. So I was very sympathetic to all of the remarks.
Please put questions on Slido because they are very fast and we'll have a lot of time and we won't know what to do with it unless you do have questions. But I have a second round of questions for each of you. And of course, you can ignore the question and answer whatever you want. But, Abeba, let me ask you. You talked about white supremacy. You talked about biases, of course, and how they are perpetuated. But also, you said that some companies, a whole bunch of companies, do go this way on purpose. Mm-hmm. Not that it happened and they don't know what to do with it, and maybe they hit it a little bit, but they go for that on purpose. And you asked why are they doing it? Well, it's obvious, money, power, fast cars, whatever is that people want. But what is the antidote? Is there an antidote? What can we do as society to go after these bastards?
I have a short answer and a long answer, but I'll go. The short answer is I'll go with the long one, which is that I mean, going back to your earlier question, talking about, you know, when Turing proposed can machines think 75 years ago, you have different objectives, different emphases. A lot of the thinking was grounded in science, in scientific thinking, advancing science. Forward 75 years later, most of that is gone. You have a handful of major big corporations that care very little about the science, but care about the core business model, which is maximizing profit and garnering as much power as possible. And as a result, it's really, I mean, we've seen so many disasters. You know, Facebook has been implicated in, in genocides in Myanmar. They have literally destroyed democracy. And currently you have AI companions that are intentionally designed to keep minors and young users really glued to these apps at any cost. As a result, they kind of perpetuate your delusion instead of, pushing you away or instead of encouraging you to spend little time. So that means the priority for the current AI industry, especially on the business side, which is product development, which is slightly different from research, is really, as I said, profit maximization and becoming as powerful as possible. And companies like Google have become now too large to regulate, too large to manage. So I think the immediate answer would be regulation. But as we are seeing, even Europe, that's supposed to have strong regulation and enforcement, is really kind of falling, is being captured by the interests of big corporations. You have companies like Meta and OpenAI creating a pact and putting billions for positive technology, which means for fighting regulation. So even in Europe, we are seeing, deregulation, watering down regulation, delaying regulation, and other mechanisms and tactics. So in order for regulation to work, I think we need massive public awareness, and people have to, currently a lot of what we know about AI comes from big corporates and their PR, and what you hear about AI, and we do in my lab, we do a lot of evaluation and audits, and what you find these technologies do is different stories. So I think we need much more public awareness about the reality of AI, how AI works, rather than what big tech corporations say about what AI is. I think that will kind of raise awareness so that people can refuse, so that people can resist, which will force governments and regulators to do something about it. That's my view, at least. Yeah.
We have to act and hopefully proact instead of react, but yeah. Yarin, Alan Turing posed the question, can we think, can machines think? And it seems that he proposed the Turing test as more of a philosophical thought experiment than a practical means of defining machine intelligence. However, today, in different ways, as I said, in a more general way, it is often regarded as the ultimate target for AIs to fool people, to demonstrate anyway what is called AGI. As a researcher who has done both theoretical and applied machine learning, what do you think? Does the Turing test capture AGI? If not, what could replace it? You already answered this, but can you elaborate a little bit more on what should the researchers, young and wise?
So the example I gave earlier is just like one idea. I think, as you mentioned, Turing test is more aspirational, philosophical, but what we do need is concrete measures of progress in the field. And designing tests, or evals, as people call these days, is actually really, really hard. We can see that progress reports showing a steady linear increase in capabilities of GPT-3 to 4 to 5, even though users interacting with GPT-4 versus GPT-5 show that the perceived capabilities are basically mostly the same. Existing measures of progress in the field, if you look at that specific question of how much do we progress towards general capabilities AI, are very much lacking. And which leads to people to think that AI is advancing much faster than the actual rate of progress is. And this does actually have material effects in terms of like policy design, for example. We need new realistic tests. We need new objectives which are divorced from prior beliefs and ideological stances. The example I gave earlier is just like one example of like a harder way, like a way to make the Turing test harder, but we still need to figure out like how to operationalize that, or like any other idea that will basically try to actually capture progress in the field better.
When we start with metrics, how do we measure whatever we're trying to measure? Great, thank you. Caitlin, you are the author of Smartphone Nation, a book very fresh out of the oven. This is not an advertisement, but I checked it out. Go and buy it. Whereas a quote-unquote digital nutritionist, you show us how to consume digital content in a safe, non-addictive way. With increasingly more AIs passing the Turing test in the general sense and being indistinguishable from humans, do you think you will be writing another book in 5 years titled AI Nation? How will you guide us then? How should we, especially children, consume agentic products and services, robotic interactions, etc.?
Thank you. I hope it doesn't take 5 years. I'm writing it right now. So just to contextualize, I think it's really important for us to understand that most parents are very digitally illiterate, not even AI illiterate. We are dealing with a predominantly digitally illiterate adult population. Most parents still use screen time guidance, and screen time guidance is really based on physical health and childhood diabetes research, which said, if a kid is in front of a screen, they're not moving around as much, and that's not good for their physical health. That guidance is only about the quantity of consumption, not about the quality of consumption. So by that guidance, and many parents do this, you could have, you could have your kid, they could be sitting on and watching the BBC, and you could be having an interactive conversation, or they could be on YouTube. And we know that 81% of kids from the age of 3 are on YouTube, on algorithmically driven feeds. And I worked on the Online Safety Act here in this country. I don't think it's very good, but YouTube was never in that conversation. It's not often constituted as social media. It's just left out of that conversation. So so parents' understandings is at a very base level. So yeah, my work at the moment has been about algorithmic literacy for the general public and teaching them tools like gaming their algorithm, how to push back against those processes. I think AI is different, and I think I use a food style pyramid for people for for algorithmic literacy. I don't think this is so much about nutrition and consumption, but rather exercise. And I think maybe a helpful analogy is the advent of the car. And with the advent of the car and more sedentary vocations, a boom in research around physical health was born. And because we were not moving, because the technology did that for us, we needed to start to artificially move. We saw gym culture emerge in PE class, because people weren't moving, because technology was moving for us. And I think a really helpful analogy, I hope, for parents, and what I'm working on at the moment, is a gym for the AI age, a social-emotional gym, a social-emotional PE class, essentially, in schools. So what do we now need to supplement if AI is increasingly doing things for us and children are not having to move their minds?
So from a digital nutritionist, you'll become a digital trainer.
I don't know if I'm a PE teacher.
Okay, even better. Gary, a couple of years back, you were among the signatories of a letter calling for a 6-month moratorium on powerful AI training until safety measures were in place. Everyone's goal these days is for AIs to pass the Turing test with flying colors in the general sense of the test. Would you go the other way? Would you suggest that in parallel with AI functionality advances, we should also try to make sure that no AI passes the Turing test?
I mean, I think that ship has flown, whatever the expression is I'm looking for. We have AIs now that pass the Turing test, but it is interesting to think about that pause letter, which I did sign. I didn't agree with every word of it. We had this pause letter a couple of years ago. I thought it was more emphasizing kind of rogue runaway AI than some of the contemporary risks that we already face around things like bias, and now we have AI-induced delusions and so forth. So there was some balance that I didn't think was quite right on that letter. But what I thought was really important about that letter was that it called for much more emphasis on AI safety. I thought there was a premise that was wrong. A lot of the people who signed the letter thought we were going to die if GPT-5 came. And my joke about that was, so suppose China gets GPT-5 first. Are they going to use that to take over Taiwan, this kind of system that has hallucinations? Let them do their military strategy with GPT-5. What are they going to do, write boilerplate text faster than us? And as it came to pass, GPT-5 came, the United States got it first, and nothing happened. So I thought all of the worries about the specifics were wrong, but the worry that we're spending too much of our time racing ahead on these models and not enough time studying safety is really important. And if you go back and read the letter carefully, which almost nobody did, there is a part in there that says we should do more research on AI safety. It did not say we shouldn't work on AI, we should not distribute AI. Like a lot of people thought it meant don't use AI anymore, burn everybody at the stake who's involved. It didn't say that. It said we should have more investigations of how to keep this stuff safe. That is still true. I think I have a longer timeline, as we call it in the trade, than other people do. I think it might take us 10 or 20 years to get to so-called AGI, and I don't think it's going to come in 2027 like some people do. But suppose we have 10 or 20 years. Think how long it takes to make a treaty, which is an idea that's come up a few times today and that I have pushed for. It takes like 8 years to get a treaty done. Like, these are not overnight things. You get all these countries involved. We should be working on that now, even if we do have 10 or 20 years to play with. We should absolutely be working on AI safety. And the other point that I'll pull out of it is there's a difference between banning AI deployments that might be unsafe and banning AI research. I've never favored banning research into AI if it's contained in a sandbox and people, the issues start to come up when you say, I've got this new product, let's call it Sora 2 for the sake of argument, which, oh, did someone use that name? And let's say, hypothetically, that it made AI slop at mass scale. So it made, really garbage videos with no educational content, but it was sticky in the way that TikTok was sticky. And let's say we got our whole population hooked on this thing. Would that be a good idea? How about we do a study first, a small-scale study, and see, is this, good for our children? Probably it's not, Maybe we shouldn't deploy it then yet. So there's a difference between saying, I'm going to go build Sora 2 and see if I can solve the world model physics problem with it. No, you won't. But, go ahead and try. And saying, I'm going to release this thing without thinking at all about the consequences for the world. And the structure we have right now is all of those decisions about whether to release something are made by a very small number of people with not even any voice of the government at all, let alone scientists and so forth. And that's not good. So no, I wouldn't shut down AI. Look, we passed the Turing test, so be it. But let's think a lot about safety, both in the sort of immediate term, like AI delusions, and the long term, like runaway AI. Let's think a lot more about that, put a lot more resources into that.
We do have time for questions, but I'll go first to the Slidoers, because we haven't done that yet. And then I'll go to you and then back to Slido and so on. The most popular question says, question for Gary, but anyone can answer all. How should we educate politicians, oh God, that AI...
Was that an oxymoron?
Yeah. That AI CEOs are not gods, that LLMs are unreliable, that AI is unlikely to deliver much touted productivity gains?
It's very hard. There's an old phrase I'm going to try to vary. It's very difficult to educate a man or a woman when their wallet is standing in the way, right? I think a lot of this is about money. I spent a lot of time in D.C. a couple of years ago, and there was genuine interest from a reasonable number of senators about how all this stuff works. There was even one congressperson going to school to get a master's in machine learning. But what really rules the day is the lobbying organizations that have enormous amounts of money. Like there was just a new, what we call in the States, PAC, a political action committee, founded with like $100 million from Andreessen and I think OpenAI put in money. And the point of that is to try to annihilate anyone like Abiba or me who speaks up and says, that there are actually problems here. That is the point of that organization. So unless the public stands up, and this also goes to one of Abiba's points, and says, this is not good, it's not going to improve. I mean, fundamentally right now, we don't have enough political will, and I don't think people are looking far enough down the road to see how this is all going to play out. We have actually a nice demonstration of how it's all played out, which is social media that we decided to give exemption from liability with Section 230 in the United States, and that has had huge negative consequences on society. And when I was there 2 years ago at the Senate, in the US Senate, all the senators acknowledged they had screwed up. They said, we took too long, we did the wrong things, how can we do better? But in the last several months, they've all backed away, and it's all under economic and political pressure, with a side helping of FOMO, of, oh my God, the Chinese are going to get there first, and we can't have that, and so forth. And so right now, it's pretty hard to get through. It's a little bit easier in the EU, I think. There's some people in the parliament here, for example, who I'm quite fond of, who are really pushing for, let's say, suitable regulation. But it's hard right now.
And
Can I
we
quickly add?
we have to unite, as you said, and let me say that ACM has a technology policy council and also regional committees in Europe, the US, and elsewhere, and it's trying to do exactly that. And we need to team up with scientists, not just computer scientists, but also social scientists and so on, and pass the message. We have pathways to politicians. And indeed, the EU and in the UK, we've had more successes than the US, but we have to keep fighting coming over.
I never volunteer for these things, but I'll volunteer for that one.
Absolutely, okay. Please take note. All of you, Bebe, you had a comment.
Just to quickly add, I'm an academic, I do research mostly, and until a few years back, I used to also think, how do we educate, policymakers? How do we give them the right tools to understand the implication of these technologies? But over the past few years, as I started getting more involved in spaces where regulators gather, where policymaking is happening, one of them serving as part of the AI advisory body for the UN alongside Wendy here. And what you find is that the more you know, the more you realize, the objectives and the visions of tech CEOs in big tech corporations are pretty much aligned with governments, especially those with authoritarian tendencies, because they see this technology as a way to control and manipulate the population in a way they want. And also, look at surveillance is everywhere, and London is probably one of the most surveilled places. Again, this is another opportunity to equip governments with tools that allow them to proceed in a way. Now you have technologies used for migration control, border control, and so on. So I guess the point I want to make here is that it's not that the regulators don't necessarily know, it's just that they are also aligned with the bigger objective of tech CEOs and corporations.
And to that point, I just read an interview or something with Larry Ellison, just sort of taking surveillance for granted and saying, we want to do this. We have come a really long way from Steve Jobs and Think Different. We had an era where I think AI was very much in support of the individual person to maximize their creativity, to now the only way that these guys are going to make money is by selling your very personal data where you typed into ChatGPT, how your last date went or something like they want to sell that stuff now. It's a very different model than 20 years ago when AI was tech was a more positive force.
One question from the audience. Oh boy. There. You. Who looked on the... No, but please go ahead, yes. Yeah, please go, wait for the mic, wait for the mic.
I'm a retired academic. You keep mentioning security. What is the ACM going to do to improve matters, and what does the panel think the ACM should do?
Let's start with the should. ACM is certainly doing research on security and safety and all that. We have a special interest group exactly on that. And then we have the Technology Policy Council that looks into that. We have a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council that looks into biases and things like this. We have Words Matter, which is an initiative that looks into words that should not be used in papers or should not be used as data and examples in papers and so on. So we have a suite of things that we are doing as a professional society guiding the community. What more should we do? Panel?
It's not what the ACM should do. The ACM is actually doing more or less the right set of things that I think they should be doing. The problem is society is right now not listening to academics, to scientists, to organizations like this. It's listening to money. And so what we really need is for everybody in this room to go to their representatives and say, you need to listen to scientists, you need to listen to organizations like ACM who are actually studying problems like how could we solve security, what do we need to do here, and so forth. What we really need to do is to move away from regulatory capture where basically the governments are working in the service of the companies and have a community global movement to say, you need other voices here.
But the more you pressure us, the more we'll do. Go there to your right. No, not forward. No, to the other side. The other side.
Yeah.
Well, wait.
Thank you. I'll be real quick. I'm so grateful for this panel. I'm Frode Hagelin, Future of Text. There is one aspect, one word that just came up by Marcus, which is tools. What tools can we make? It's great doing the education. It's great talking to the politicians. But how can we make tools to help us use AI to creatively think? We're living in a more linear world, and there is a story that I thought Alan Kay would mention today of Doug Engelbart and Marvin Minsky, where Marvin Minsky says, we're going to make machines intelligent, and Doug said, why not make people intelligent? So I'm wondering, what we're doing, the Future of Text, next year will all be about how to use AI to make us more intelligent, not think for us. If the panel has any thoughts on this, I would be extremely grateful. Thank you.
I would love to see that happen. I think that is one of the use cases for artificial general intelligence is to, for example, tutor people in creativity, tutor people in critical thinking and so forth. I don't think we have the right tools for that now. I don't think that's something we can build with the existing technologies. So for example, critical thinking is something that the AI systems themselves are not very good at. You could imagine AI systems that had a deeper conceptual understanding of the world that might be really good at that. And I once got in was in a panel with Daniel Kahneman, who's been mentioned a bunch of times today, and he said something like, humans are a really low bar, and he's famous for all of his work on cognitive biases and so forth. And I said, yeah, and yet AI still can't beat it. Someday it will. Someday it will. That's what we should be driving for, is AI that can help us with our cognitive biases. So, for example, we're very, very much afflicted with confirmation bias. We notice evidence in favor of our own theories, and we don't notice evidence against, and that leads to polarization in society, which is where we are now. It's a huge mess. I can certainly think of an AI that could help with that. I don't think it's something we can build quite yet, but we should aspire to it.
These are the tools that you need for your gym, Caitlin.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, right, right. We are out of time, but we will not end until this gentleman gets the mic.
Thank you. Actually, my question is about the integration or use of AI. I mean, every time in education, every time I think of many of my colleagues who advocate for the use of AI, it's like a Thanksgiving turkey praying for Thanksgiving. Yet, there's an increasing push in universities to integrate AI into our lectures, into our teaching. I'm somewhat flummoxed and perplexed by what's happening, and it's easy for folks who have tenure to push back. I mean, I do, but then I think of a lot of my colleagues who are not in a position to say, no, we don't want to do this. Can you think of any arguments that might actually convince the deans and the associate deans and universities to maybe reconsider this haste and adoption of AI?
I mean, I think one thing I would start with is this recent MIT study that showed which I mentioned, that shows that 95% of experiments in AI have not returned an investment. And I would say, do you have data that education is any different from these other kinds of investment? Is the money going in actually producing demonstrably better results here? And I don't think anybody's going to have that data for you. So I would start there almost Socratically saying, here's this other example. Why should we think this is any different?
Yeah.
Can I give a counter-argument to that, and also relating to the previous question? And I can join that from what we have at Oxford, actually. So whether you like it or not, students will be using ChatGPT in their day-to-day, like in courses and writing essays and anything that they're going to do. I think the correct thing that we should do is teach them how to use it responsibly. So teach them about when they should, teach them about course referencing, course checking, the stuff that it spews out. Teach them that it can hallucinate and make stuff up. So there's a bunch of skills that they need to know how to use, because again, you might not like it, but when they're gonna go into the job market in a few years' time, they will be expected to have those skills. And there's already in the news only from a few days ago that some companies decided that unless you're gonna have proficiency in using AI, basically you're gonna start doing layoffs. So these are things that I would prefer to teach the students how to use that responsibly, rather than just telling them we ignore this existence of those.
I completely agree with that, and I've been trying to teach teachers to do that, to give exercises like have the machine solve 10 calculus problems. You'll see that it gets 8 of them right and 2 of them wrong. You learn something about where we are now. So I fully agree. I don't believe in interdiction. But at the same time, I think what this gentleman is talking about is there are a lot of universities that are trying to push AI everywhere. So on the one hand, you have students that are going to use it in their papers, and I think we should teach those students to use it responsibly, exactly the way that you said. But on the other hand, there's this pressure to use it to write your curriculum, for example, as a faculty member, and I think the faculty should resist some of that.
Who's pushing for that? And that's the first time I hear about that.
There are whole universities. I get emails about this kind of thing now, where the university says we got to do this stuff. It's just like the companies.
That sounds awful, yeah.
But it actually happens. It's like a lot of CEOs last year told their CTOs, we've got to use AI. And the smart CTOs would say, well, in what particular way did you want to use it, and with which particular tool? And then they would say, we got to use AI. We're getting behind. And so some of the universities are doing that. I'm not going to name names. I'll tell you off stage about some examples. But it is a thing that's happening. I thought that's what the question is about. And that's the thing I would resist.
I'll quickly say, I mean, the fear of missing out is real in education, coming from higher level management at universities and from governments also really pushing. But to come back to your question, me as an evaluator, the first thing I would demand is, for anything we integrate or implement in our classrooms, or anything to do with, concerning the well-being of our children, if someone wants to push, some kind of medication or, medical devices, imagine the kind of testing and imagine the kind of rigorous criteria that would be required before that medical device is applied. Why is education any different? So we have to demand actual, systematic, rigorous evidence that shows that there is actually a difference. It actually benefits. And the second point I want to make is that, the bringing AI into education is undoubtedly and inherently marks the commercialization of education. And education in and of itself is a public good. You are in a classroom to, contribute to kind of shepherd the next generation, to develop empathy, love, care, emotional intelligence, and so on. These are things not only AI is unable to do, but also these are things that have no utility from a business model, from a commercial value. And by kind of handing over education to, and now we are seeing OpenAI and Meta and Google, the usual suspect, they are the ones that are pushing education in the classroom. Even though it might be free now, eventually they are the ones that will really capitulate and they become the guardians of education. If anything is to go by from the behavior of these companies that we have seen, they are not to be trusted. They can't be the guardians of education. They can't be the guardians of any public good. So we really have to push back. And there is a lot of movement to resist AI in the classroom. So yeah, create allyships and join those movements. And the more we are, the more visible we are, and the better our voices come here.
Caitlin?
That's a fantastic point, and I think it trickles all the way down. I mean, we see now this big pushback against ed tech. We had 10 years ago this need to give kids iPads. And we thought that was a really good thing, and that was really part of kind of this digital literacy movement, as like kids need to learn to use an iPad. They're doing a really good job of that. And now you see schools taking the iPads back, trying to kind of wheel back on that. And I think one of the most troubling things is we're now seeing schools use technology that essentially Apple is selling to them or Microsoft is selling them to help kids deal with addictions that they created for them. Yes. And that is a bizarre situation that we have got into, which we have allowed to happen, for them to help us fix the problems they made for us. And so I think what we need to be really doing is getting educators on board, getting society on board, because I absolutely agree, policy follows the public will. But the public will only be there if they understand it. We can't actually this is a great event today, I love it so much. Yeah. Most people aren't at these events. Most people don't think they can understand these things. Most people think it's too complicated for them to understand. And so they bury their heads in the sand. And we know that happened with social media, and we know that through the work of Frances Hogan and the Facebook board data, that kids were left to navigate that space alone because their parents felt they didn't understand it. And so what I'm really concerned about at the moment is making these ideas accessible, removing these ideas outside of university settings, these amazing settings which are important, but trying to make these ideas much more accessible so that people can start to advocate, collectivize, and advocate, because policy follows the public will.
17 more comments to be made by the panel, but we have to stop. We are a bit over time, or a bit more than a bit. Thank you so much. This was amazing.
Thank you, guys. Go Greek a bit at the end. I want to move us swiftly on because we have this has been an amazing day. And we have yet one more amazing keynote and panel where actually we're doing what the aim of the day is, which is to say, well, where do we go from here, all right? So this is really important. I just want to say a couple of things before at the end of the session, can all the panelists and speakers come up and we'll do a group photo. And if any of you want to come up on stage when we're finished and have photos with Alan here, and I will make the point that this was actually developed, the ACM meeting, where we celebrated his 100th birthday. This was one of the images generated. It was from some people who did some amazing 3D stuff, took the photo, the famous photo, and generated this bust from the photo. So it was all beautiful computer, maybe some AI stuff that went into making that. There are several of those, by the way. So. Right, so it's now my pleasure to introduce my old friend, Nigel Shadbolt, who is perfect for this session because he's both a philosopher, well, actually a psychologist, and a computer scientist. And I have watched Nigel fiddle with his computer in ways that I couldn't possibly do. I remember that trip to China, Nigel. Do you remember that trip to China where you lost all your data as we went through the firewall? Anyway, he knows more about computers than probably most people in this room, but he's at heart a philosopher and a psychologist, and that's why he's so perfect for this final keynote. Nigel came to Southampton in 2000, and with Nick Jennings, we were the I Am group for 12 years. Nigel was the I, intelligence, Nick was the agents, and I was the multimedia. And those were heady years for us as scientists. We've all gone on to do great things since. But while Nigel was in Southampton, we started the web science research discipline with Tim Berners-Lee. That, by the way, is 20-year-old next year if we want something to do. And because that was about the socio-technical study of the web, and we're now talking about the socio-technical study of AI. And the methodologies, for those who like methodologies, are the same. Nigel is well known for having founded the Open Data Institute with Sir Tim, and all the work he's done there is amazing. Then he went to be principal of Jesus College at Oxford, where he still is, and has done amazing things there. And I'm going to finish by saying that this is the man for whom the word sesquipedalian was invented. Look it up. Nigel. Did I say that right? That was a problem.
Oh, all right. Okay,
That
there we go. Thank you. Thank you.
Diana and what's it?
Okay, well, look, this is a heavy burden because we've had two stunning talks already today, and keynotes and great panels. And some of the points that I was going to touch on have been made today in passing. I'll try and give it a different spin on this. So hopefully we will switch to my slides now. Yep, well, I'm kind of, no, that's the, there we are. This was all working fine, and then, of course, okay, let's try it again. He's got my wrong slide. Literally. Okay. Fertling around. 1 minute he's saying. Okay, this was tried at the break and it was working. Okay, what am I?
Tell us a joke.
I can say something. Yeah. Well, I'm failing the invitation test. I would like to start by talking about the kind of yep. Okay, that's always a way. Presenter mode. It's not that I can't talk without PowerPoint. They might think I've become so outsourced my cognition so thoroughly that I can't actually think without it. But and maybe that's true. I mean, to the wonderful points made in the last panel. I thought Alan was wonderful. Kind of this kind of celebration of the richness of our cultural embedding. What actually matters, the fact we're assembling realities in our heads all the time. Extraordinarily interesting personal testament, and the reference back to a Baconian method in science. The other thing that's above the door when you come in here, the motto is nullius in verba, take no one's word for it. So this idea of challenging authority with a systematic way of trying to make sense of the world, imperfect though our understanding is at any one time, is the scientific method, and it's something we wish to hang on to. And it's interesting to see the bitter lesson, which was various versions of which were the data is its own best model. And there is something in all of these kind of slogans, but only something. It's not everything. So what I want to do today is talk a little bit about varieties of intelligence, having studied and been a cognitive scientist and cognitive psychologist for a number of years, as well as researching in AI. This wonderful diagram gives a sense of the radiation of life on Earth, from the earliest universal common ancestor, all the way through to the radiations of life, different species, families of life, mass extinctions that have driven that. And along the way, we've seen something very interesting happen. Of course, we give thanks to all of that for insights due to Charles Darwin, this wonderful quote of his, which again features from so simple a beginning. Endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, have been and are being evolved. He's trying to kind of get us to understand how majestic the process of evolution is regarded in that word. And I took that wonderful phrase, final paragraph of Origin of Species, for the introduction to a collection of papers that was the Spring 2022 Journal of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. James Manico, who was a visiting fellow at Oxford at the time and now is Google's senior vice president for AI and society, had commissioned a group of us to write essays on AI. The last time Daedalus had devoted an issue to AI was in 1988. And there was a range of contributions from engineers, computer scientists, practitioners, social scientists, ethicists, a whole plurality of viewpoints. And AI featured in the book. It's open access, downloadable. In the afterword, Da Vinci, which is a successor model to GPT-3, took some example questions from the All Souls entrance exam. The All Souls entrance exam, the canonical kind of Oxford College, really hard to get into, really obscure questions, and actually did quite compelling answers. From there is no Marx without Lenin discussed to does Kant successfully refute Hume's skepticism? This was our kind of a shock moment where how could a system based on very large amounts of data, huge developments in compute power and engineering, an attention mechanism, vector encoding of words, huge training sets, building large parameter models, how could you actually not but be impressed by the conversational fluency and apparent versatility of these systems? So it was a challenge, and I think a lot of us spent our time puzzling out what this meant for us. And I have chosen to try and make sense of this in terms of speciation, in terms of varieties of intelligence, very much in the way that Gary was talking earlier on. And in fact, I was taken back to when I first started in AI. I began my PhD in '78 at the University of Edinburgh's AI department. I visited the US in '79, and MIT's AI lab in Tech Square felt talking to folk there, discussed my research, got invited back the following year, and in 1980 I was sitting there astonished by developments. Danny Hillis was building the Lisp machine, Dave Waltz doing great work in latest work in machine vision. It was a conversation with Pat Winston, who was at the time head of the lab. He was intrigued by the program I was registered on, which combined AI and psychology, linguistics and philosophy. Edinburgh had as a penchant for new terminology. It called the program epistemics rather than cognitive science, but there you go. It had the foresight to relabel its part of AI informatics, which maybe looks an interesting decision in retrospect. But we talked about the prospects for AI and cognitive science, and he said, there are lots of ways of being smart that aren't smart like us. And it's kind of like a simple but really important observation that the space of possible cognitive systems or intelligent systems is large, high dimensional. This very rough schematic, which only has three, embodiment on the one hand, narrow to general intelligence on the other. We'll come back to sentience because we've not really talked about that today, which is interesting, or the hard problem more broadly of consciousness. But, at the time when we were all thrilled by Chowdhury there and its blocks world, or indeed we got more impressed by IBM Watson, we clearly saw that these were very task constrained. We still see it. We talk a lot more about embodiment as being a trick to kind of improve our systems. And I'll talk about how this approach can perhaps help us understand. So the Turing Test, we've talked about that. Yes, human-like conversation as a benchmark, but the nature of AI systems show, and nature itself show us alternative intelligences, powerful, non-human in structure or goal, but it helps us understand perhaps how we might design, evaluate, and govern AI. So I'm going to go to the natural world, and you may be aware, one of my favorite examples is Betty the Crow in the top left side there. New Caledonian corvid, work actually from Oxford, that showed these crows are just remarkable at making tools and solving apparently anticipatory tool building to solve tasks, getting things out of beakers of water. And this literally was a stunning result back in the early 2000s when this work was being done. Philosopher Peter Godfrey Smith brought to public attention the notion of alien intelligence, looking at cephalopods, the fact that an octopus can unscrew the cap on a jar and do a lot more besides. Cephalopod cognition by Schnell and Clayton and Kerr, really interesting papers on what the capacities of these systems are. And probably should on hearing of the passing of the late, great Jane Goodall, who showed us what was involved in the social lives and activities of primates, how they manifested so many attributes of intelligence. Bee swarming, bats out echolocation, Thomas Nagel's great essay on what it's like to be about, imagining what that world could be. So we have a sense that in the natural world, there is genius at a sensory motor level. There's tool use and foresight potentially. Distributed problem solving, navigation and memory. One of my favorite examples work on mirror-induced behavior. This magpie, these studies on magpies seem to show that magpie is able to recognize a sense of self-awareness. First of all, it looks in the mirror and then, is that another crow or not, pecks at it. Then it notices there's a spot on itself. It doesn't scrape the mirror, it scrapes itself. What does that tell us? Now, there's contested arguments about what that says about the nature of animal cognition. But the interesting thing is there are lots of ways of being smart that aren't smart like us. And I use that thought to take us into the world of AI because, as Gary has been saying for a long time, I've used this slide repeatedly, there are lots of varieties of artificial intelligence. Lots of varieties. And we have been absolutely transfixed by a subclass set of methods from machine learning. We're starting to rediscover that there are other approaches as well, and we hear a lot about the agentic turn, agent-based computing making a resurgence. Although, interestingly, it's taking the agentic community a little while to discover that you can't do that by having non-determinism in systems. You need to be very careful about how you construct these agent architectures. The discovery that actually you can improve prompts using an old idea that used to carry the day, genetic algorithms being used to actually evolve more effective prompts. So this repertoire, this large repertoire of techniques is one way to think about our discipline. And of course, the composition of those elements to make something that is back to Minsky. Minsky's Society of Minds, this idea that there could be sets of componentized capability. Rod Bruck's idea in subsumption architectures these are old ideas, but we may be looking to need to revisit them. The other thing to say here is that the evolutionary metaphor, actually you can see it just in the way diagrams like this get presented all the time. The evolutionary tree of various forms of bidirectional and transformer architectures from originally that fundamental insight in word to vec, which is that and this is one of the really powerful things about developments in AI, is that often the breakthroughs have come when you fundamentally re-represented the problem or the world. And this re-representation as words, as vectors, changed everything in our field. Back in the day, good old-fashioned computational linguistics had dictionaries, it had systemic grammatical rewrite rules. That world changed when you could build embeddings in high-dimensional spaces where words with similar meanings clustered together. And what flowed from that was an extraordinary set of speciations. This interests me not least because if you just look in the last few years, variations on large language models, or indeed the particular variation on Llama, one open source model, interestingly open source, no, open weight certainly, because they couldn't actually make the original commercial offer stick. So make a virtue of open source, that variation, that speciation. And what you're seeing in this world is lots of specialization, lots of models that now move from text to become multimodal, lots of models that actually demonstrate you can be quite smart on a lot less parameters, much smaller. Smaller models are getting smarter. And so there's a lot of people asking, you know, what were these massive scaled models actually containing? Where was the business getting done? And the science of trying to understand and make sense of those is a long way behind the engineering that's led to these products. And whether they're open or closed, and by open and closed, we just don't mean the weights. I mean, increasingly, it's difficult to know what they've been trained on and how they've been trained. That's a super critical question if we're to understand, as we'll come on to, the provenance chains on these things. Security, alignment, data integrity, lots and lots of things happening. This, of course, huge rush, partly, and Gary alluded to it, driven off this observation that there seemed to be a power law that the bigger you made your data, your parameter models, the more capable they came. And that chase, that race to that extraordinary explosion of compute power, energy requirements, data requirements. But I think there's very clear evidence now it's hitting a ceiling. It's a sigmoid of some description, and we've got to think about how we manage that. Interesting other thing that hasn't been researched enough is when you look at even the early models, like this is the Palm model, for example, trained on about 380 billion tokens, the amount of, half of the training was social media. And one can imagine what they had to spend their time doing in the early days, detoxifying, taking bias out, a whole range of stuff. 4% was from Wikipedia in all its language forms. Turns out you take that out the training sets and you get very, very significant deterioration, degradation of the competence. So whilst Elon may want to replace he's got a thing about doing for Wikipedia with Grok Media, I think that has been an extraordinary public good that has driven a lot of the work in AI, recent AI. So we've heard about this turn towards the neurosymbolic, which is, it's become apparent that to solve certain classes of problems, you need this judicious marriage of classical theorem proving on the one hand and symbolic reasoning over various forms of weight-based examination of all sorts of possible solution spaces. So this mixture, you're starting to see, this mixture of methods is absolutely coming through. Gary's talked about the various deficiencies of models. We know they've been crummy. I mean, in the early days, you just had to give a couple of large numbers and see it multiply it inappropriately. They finally woke up to the fact that the best thing they could do is invoke a Python calculator to do sums, right? So, okay. Hallucinations haven't gone away. I mean, they've apparently been reduced, but I'm quite skeptical of the way those hallucination sets are being managed. And it's certainly the case if you're a lawyer and you put your 800 documents back and you're still getting a hallucination rate of about 2%. That's significant. I mean, that is significant, and you will be held accountable for those mistakes. And people are starting to imagine that the progress hasn't been quite there. I don't have a downer on these systems. They've been remarkable in many ways, but we have to understand their inherent problems. One of which was beautifully revealed by my colleague Yarin, and colleagues who was here in the audience, was in the panel earlier on. It's this extraordinary phenomenon of model collapse, which is if you just feed them their own data repeatedly, these systems become incoherent because they amplify artifacts. They also clip rare events. Other types of machine learning model, autoencoders in particular, they tend to overrepresent the most frequent components. So model collapse is really important. This Nature paper, which appeared after the archive paper, really makes that point clearly. And you see it everywhere. We now live in a world in which there is so much synthetically generated content that the artifacts get amplified. You're seeing it in image collections. And the worry is we now live in a post-generative AI data world in which we aren't being careful about provenance and origin. This lovely, lovely phrase, your models go mad. Model autophagy disorder, which is the self-consuming loop that these models succumb to. So there's plenty of things to be on the guard for, which is why promoting and calling for safety so super important. But we do have to say that the models, when you look at them, modern AI displays various, we might think of them as AGI traits. It doesn't have them in total, but you can see that in some sense, the foundation models are quite broad-based in conversational topics they can address. You are getting transfer across modalities. You're finding some evidence of software repair. You have to check your homework. And there are pockets of real discovery, and AlphaFold 3 and the work in proteomics is beautiful examples of that. And they're beginning to see signs of embodied competence. Just recently, the work on this from DeepMind was actually anybody that can sort my laundry, I'm in for that. But these are quite complicated, dexterous and tasks that require a degree of foreplanning. But it's glimmers of. This is nothing like fully fledged. And we know how to increasingly hold these systems to account. Francois Jollet's wonderful paper on the measure of intelligence in 2019 began to show the fragilities of these systems, which is, it isn't about pattern detection. When you're asked to solve the challenge in many of his tasks, he has a series of tasks which are actually looking to get at the notion of whether there is compositional understanding. Is there causal reasoning? Can you actually make sense of the puzzle on the board there, which is requiring you to recapitulate the explicit rules that underpin that, a number of explicit rules. Humans are very good at this. Our systems struggle mightily. And we know that our most advanced current systems will fail on symbolic interpretation. They'll fail on compositional reasoning. And they're not particularly smart at context-sensitive rules. So we have got to be focusing our research efforts on improving world models, verification, interoperability, interpretability, alignment, calibration, and evaluation regimes. That's actually going to be a there's plenty of research for us to be getting onto, but it's got to follow on in recognizing the frailties of the systems we currently have. And also doing all of this in the face of being relatively efficient, safe, and adaptable, rather than based on the surface imitation, which is the driving characteristic of many of these systems. So I was trying to think, the panel was about what does the future look like? So let's acknowledge that there have been extraordinary progress, and the part of the progress is that these images are, obviously, they are generative AI generated. They do quite a good job on taking my kind of text to image. In fact, in the next couple of slides, I was kind of interested to see how often I had to go back and ask for a regeneration. And it's certainly ChatGPT 5 has not been the massive successor. I tend to find myself living in the world of Gemini Pro 2.5, I would say, but it's not as particular. I'm not particular kind of call out for any system here. But here's the kind of idea. Imagine a world in which we were able to genuinely build agentic architectures which had a degree of determinism, that you had reasonably confident that running under the same conditions, your agents will behave in a broadly similar way. Obviously, the context may change, but at the moment, these agentic systems can be wildly non-deterministic and quite insecure. Imagine that you've solved not just a cross-modal, but a pan-modal integration of data. So this is an example that I think is quite nice. This imagines, you've got your mechanic there. They're actually listening with their intelligent AI-driven tablet there, and listening to the vibration from a video, to timing of the knock, a misfire report, bunch of data on the actual engine type, actually helping identify. Now, this is an old idea in AI. Predictive maintenance and management in engines has been a thing for decades. Doing this, in some sense, in an enhanced way, these seem to me to represent really interesting challenges to take us on the way. Integrated learning and reasoning. Systems find it really hard to work out sometimes to work out how agents behave in the physics of the worlds in which they inhabit. But this work is happening, the embodiment imperative. How do you actually build systems that can reliably do this? And again, work at DeepMind, Genie 2 is a foundation world model that's able to generate lots and lots of action controllable 3D environments for training and evaluating embodied agents. So one of the prospects coming forward is that you will be able to train some of these systems in synthetic as well as real environments. The challenge in all of that is there are a lot, unless the models are really representing the underlying principles, the actual physics of the domain, you get all sorts of weird outcomes. And this is a hard research problem still. 2 minutes? Was it 23? It says 23 minutes on my thing. You have 2 more minutes. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is a favorite one. So I was thinking about what this might be. This notion of a synthetic test that takes us beyond where we are with the current Turing test. And you'd want them to solve problems like come up with a plan to push the button in the ceiling, work out the logic behind the machine that's dispensing a bunch of things from little kind of trays there. There is a logic to the machine. You want the system to infer it and interpret it. These are hard tasks. They're tasks that we find a bit challenging some of the time, but it's what we're being, I think, trying to develop as AI researchers who take the promise of these systems seriously. Final couple of slides. Now, this is the philosophical zombie. We haven't talked about the philosophical zombie. I thought it might have turned up today. This is, even if we build all of this and we have an incredibly fluent, versatile set of capabilities, do we actually think that any of this equates to anything we would think of that might have a set of opinions or feelings about all of this? Brings us on to the final problem, the hard problem of consciousness. But notice here that the idea is to move from sandbox to laboratory to the classroom, where we're trying to stretch the capabilities of the AI systems further and further. And will we get to the stage at which, we've got all of this behavioral equivalence and we're still scratching our heads? And that's when you're going to be turning back to ideas from neuroscience and psychology, whether it's the global workspace theory or integrated information theory, that are trying to understand, is it a property of certain architectures that are integrating information in a particular way that they will, in some sense, the flame of consciousness is born? We don't know. That will be a deeply interesting philosophical moment, because in some sense, we'll be having the same discussion that philosophers have had over the years, some of whom, at the extreme view, have come to believe firmly that there is no evidence for an internal inner life in any of you out there, which, and I'm living in a simulation, maybe, okay. And finally, let's not forget this. It's all about us in this world and our values. Given that we're not actually agitated yet, although one or two of my colleagues do claim that these models are having, in some sense, the primordial beginnings of experience, there's nothing in there that feels what it is to see red or is stung by a particular comment. That's not where we are. We're in that place, and since we're in that place, what we have got to ensure is that we recognize and value those properties, and when we reach out for our philosophical, they're all men, unfortunately, these bloody philosophers, but when we do and they shouldn't be, because there's some extraordinary ethical work, but if you take Mill, or you take Hobbes, or you take Kant, or Aristotle, or Confucius, these models all reflect on intrinsic values that we seem to believe to be worthwhile in human existence and the way that societies actually rub along with each other and one another. And that is fundamentally something we should be thinking of at the front of our deliberations. We've got to think very carefully about what launching these techniques into the world actually does to those values. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Yep. In the middle there somewhere.
Good to
See,
I know, right here.
There. I'm going to sit here. Okay, we're running a bit late, but we're fine. We don't need lots of time for the closing remarks, although there were. Oh dear, I'm taking my breath. My breath is taken away by the scope of what we've covered today. And Nigel, thank you. That was a fantastic, as ever, only you can do, that broad range of what is intelligence and what are we doing now, and how are we going to make sense of this in the future, and what are the values we've got to strive to achieve. Now, I'm hoping my panel will continue in this sort of vein. I'm joined here on stage by three amazing people. To my left here, I'm not going to give you great long, but I do want to just say, I mean, Shannon here from Edinburgh, where she runs the Ethics of Data and Artificial Intelligence at the Edinburgh Futures Institute. She is chair of at the Edinburgh Futures Institute. And you're a philosopher, it says here. Yeah. And then Sunil. Sunil. I'm thinking of someone else there. And also, you've really got. I mean, one of the women I looked up to most in the world when I started out one of them was Maggie Bowden, and you've got her legacy there in Sussex. Well, I mean, you are there in Sussex doing doing what picking up, but. She started so many years ago, and of course we lost her recently. But you're now, it's a long title, Professor of Cognitive and Computational Neuroscience and Director of the Centre of Consciousness. Whoa. Consciousness science. And lots of other things as well. And then I didn't want you to think we didn't have any of the tech companies around today. So I know many people in the room have worked or do work for the tech companies, but we have William Isaac, who's principal scientist at Google DeepMind, and I've always been a fan of Demis's, and it's wonderful to have you here and telling us what your view of this world is. And we'll just go down the line, I think, this way, if that's all right with people, and ask you just to, your thoughts. And at the end of this amazing day, where are we? And how do we measure and assess what we need to do next?
So I'll start off with the question that frames the panel. What is or what will AGI be? What should the Turing test for the future be? And my answer, I think, is going to be less controversial than I thought it would be coming into today. But I think it's no different from asking the question, what is or what will artificial phlogiston be? How many people here know what phlogiston is?
I don't.
So it's a trick question because it doesn't exist.
Yes.
I could also have said, what is or what will the artificial ether be? So phlogiston and the ether were hypothesized entities in previous eras of science that were used to explain familiar known phenomena, combustion, light transmission, respectively. But neither of those things existed. And when we moved science forward, we didn't just redefine these things or replace them with new candidate entities. We realized we could do the explanatory work without them altogether, with new models of the world that enabled more and deeper understanding of chemistry and physics, respectively. I actually think general intelligence, and I think many of the talks earlier today have reinforced this notion, is an outmoded scientific concept. It doesn't name a real entity or quality that exists, and the concept has long outlived its usefulness. And I think intelligence itself, I'm going to go further, I think intelligence itself is of questionable scientific value as a label. Abeba already gestured to its checkered history, but just looking at its scientific value, I think we would do so much better to decompose it into the many different capabilities that it only indirectly and vaguely references, and the different suites of capabilities that characterize active organisms in their particular niches. And even with humans, what we count as intelligence depends from era to era, from culture to culture, from environment to environment, and from person to person. So I don't think the word intelligence is even doing that much useful work for us. In fact, I think it's clouding our understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. So, to get to the second question then, I don't think we need a new Turing test any more than we need a new test for phlogiston. You don't need a test for something that doesn't exist. You'd actually advance science much more by clearing that concept off the board and starting again. So I think we should stop asking, is the machine intelligent? And instead ask, what exactly does this machine do? And I think the advantage of that move is vast. So first of all, we can stop conflating unlike ways of performing the same task in humans and machines. A machine that can use language does not, by that performance, get credit for any other capability that in us it might be associated with, whether that's understanding or consciousness or embodied coping or sentience or empathy or discernment or wisdom. And I think if we need those capabilities from machines, then we should have tests for those things in situ, in action, in the context. And right now, what AGI does as a concept is it sneaks in all those things for free. It's a way for tech companies in particular to evade the sensible demands to show evidence of their tools' safety and reliability and their stable capabilities and performance in real-world contexts of use. It is so much easier to build a model that can beat a handcrafted, cherry-picked benchmark for general reasoning or general intelligence than to show evidence that it works as a safe and reliable product in a real-world context. Those are the sorts of tests we need, along with tests of how easy it is to abuse the tool and how likely the tool is to do something unexpected and undesirable in a real-world context. And I think a lot of what we've heard today already reinforces this. So I hope, in conclusion, that 75 years from now, we'll remember Turing for all the other incredible things that he gave us, and that we barely remember the days when we were looking for AGI.
Yay! I knew I loved Shannon, now I know why. Okay, Anil.
Thank you. Thanks.
Follow that.
Well, actually, I'm going to follow, but
I know.
mainly agree, and a lot of that was I absolutely agree with. I want to make 3 points in my 5 minutes. One about AGI, since we're on the panel to discuss that. One about consciousness, because. And the third one about tests. So AGI, I do think, is kind of an unfortunate and unhelpful mirage in many ways. Shane Legg, who's one of the people who popularized and helped define the term, talks about it in terms of a system that can do all the cognitive things that a typical human being can do. And there's a lot of unhelpful slippiness in these kinds of things. What do we mean by typical? What do we mean by typical human? what on earth do we mean by cognitive or intelligent, to Shannon's point? It's what about the body? What about our embodied, embedded forms of intelligence that tend to get sort of sidelined when they could not just be additional extras, but actually constitutive parts of how we do what we do? It's unhelpful, I think, because it presents to us a narrative of a kind of predestined trajectory for AI, which we're currently kind of in this runaway arms race towards AGI and then ASI and then triumph or catastrophe. I think this is very unhelpful. It's you know, Shannon's book, The AI Mirror, I think is really great. You know, we see our technologies in ourselves and ourselves in our technologies. And if we see this sort of the future history of AI as this march towards AGI, I think we're really limiting our imaginations about what kinds of systems we might want, and more importantly, what kinds of systems we really don't want in our society. This brings me to the second point. Consciousness. One kind of AI we don't want, I hope is obvious, is conscious AI. It would be an ethical catastrophe to synthetically build machines that not only think in some machine-like way, to Nigel's point, but also feel. They would be moral subjects. We'd have to take their own interest into account when we figure out how to solve things like the value alignment problem. I think it's a terrible kind of goal that sneaks in under this umbrella with AGI sometimes, but intelligence is not consciousness. Intelligence is about doing things, figuring stuff out. Consciousness is about the taste of a good wine. It's about a subjective feeling state. They are not the same thing. Consciousness will not come along for the ride as AI gets smarter, and certainly not at this mirage-like threshold of AGI. And that shows us that when we think that machines are conscious, we're really projecting our own, you know, anthropic vision of the world into these machines. Intelligence and consciousness go together in us. They don't have to go together in general. This is like the Eliza effect, but much more. There's much more going on when we really project our minds into our systems that way. Fortunately, I don't think consciousness is at all likely to happen in machines. Now, I don't know 100% for sure because, you know, I work on consciousness for decades now. No one knows the sufficient conditions for something to be conscious or the necessary conditions. We have theories, they're all provisional. But I think it's very unlikely, partly because we over-attribute to the machines that we have, and partly because we've forgotten that the brain is not a computer. You know, we're so compelled by this metaphor, but we always get ourselves into horrendous trouble when we mistake a metaphor for the thing itself, for the map with the territory. And here, unfortunately, I'm going to say something a bit mean about Turing's other paper, his wonderful 1936 paper on computability. This is amazing. This has set the stage for everything we have around us. But it's also led us, when in conjunction with the neural nets of McCulloch and Pitts, to think that that's what the brain literally is. Bunch of artificial neurons sending artificial spikes to each other in some silicon cloud. It is not that. The more you look at the brain, the more you realize how different, richer, better, I would say, it is than a computer. In a brain, you cannot separate what it is from what it does. Now, the last point is that this does not stop us projecting consciousness into machines. This is already happening. And this is another kind of AI we really should be careful to decide whether we want or not. I think we should not. Conscious seeming AI is already around. And this is dangerous in its own very distinctive ways. We're much more psychologically vulnerable when we interact with machines that we feel. And it puts us into an ethical and moral quandary. Do we treat them well and distort our moral priorities, care less about other things we should care more about, or not care about them and brutalize our minds, as Kant suggested? So this is a kind of AI we really don't want. So let's stop using hallucinations and talk about confabulations, because when we say hallucinations, we implicitly mean that they experience things, but they don't. Finish with the Turing test. I basically agree with Shannon. We shouldn't test for something that doesn't really exist and is not a useful thing to have. Let's figure out the kinds of AI we want and test for those things instead. Thank you.
Brilliant. Oh, these are great. Ben, I hope you're getting all this down. Yeah, this is brilliant for the report. This is really encouraging.
Now, William.
Yes. These have actually been very interesting kind of talks leading into it. I suppose I will take a broader view on this question. I went back and read the original Turing paper in advance of the talk, and as I was reading through it, there's a point about machine intelligence, and obviously the part of why we're here today, and part of why we're discussing this topic is that since that paper and so on, there has been this kind of broader discussion around how do we define this concept? What does it mean? And I want to maybe for context, I'm a computational social scientist by training. And so when I first started working in the space of machine learning and artificial intelligence, I was fascinated by this kind of duality and sometimes conflation between social constructs and kind of technical artifacts. And I think this is really important for us to discuss today. So when we talk about AGI, there's AGI that I think, as you've defined it, as DeepMind's defined it, right, as a system that can do kind of cognitive tasks that people would normally do, right? And you break that down into what, the kind of construct of it, I think you get into the conversation that we have now. But if you think about it as an artifact, that is what we've kind of seen for many different years. I think in your talk you've highlighted the pursuit of that in many different forms. So, very narrow forms of it, targeting specific areas like Watson, and now you see more general systems that we now have in our kind of current transformers-based language models. And I think the kind of question that we should continually ask ourselves is actually, what do we want from these systems, and what value do they serve in the world? And, I think as maybe just additional context, the point about having kind of social constructs versus technical artifacts is not just kind of germane to artificial intelligence, right? Moore's law is a great example of how in the world of computing, right, there was maybe a wildly ambitious notion that, semiconductors were going to be able to be all over the world and be able to have highly dense kind of like transistors within a microchip. Now, back when Gordon Moore kind of conceived of this in the 1960s, a lot of the things that he kind of identified did not exist, right? He made a kind of speculative guess based on some empirical facts. But a lot of scientific kind of innovation went to actually make this possible. And we see a lot of that in other fields as well. So I do feel like we need to have a calibration on the one hand about where we are and where we want to go. So where we are, and I would say in full disclosure, like we are in a world where LLMs are not like systems that meet the threshold of AGI, right? I would best describe them as kind of like jagged intelligence, right? They're good at some things that are really useful, and they're bad at things that are kind of trivial and common. And so that kind of like juxtaposition leads people to be very conflicted about whether or not progress is actually tangible or whether these systems add a lot of value. Now, I would say from all the conversations we've heard today, it's very clear that there is some value that's being provided. And so in that case, the question then becomes twofold. One, what are the desiderata that we want for our systems to have in the world? And people have talked about this in various forms, whether it's safety, reliability. But I think that is actually what I believe the Turing test of the future should be, and it should be for any kind of technology in this domain, right? Does it provide benefit to people, meaningful benefit? And who bears the cost of that benefit, right? And the second one is it a reliable system? Is it a system that you can use and depend on? Right? And I think the third one is really, to me, is like the value question, right? Using this technology, does it add meaningful value to your life? And I think if you ask those serious questions, you should ask that about any technology you use. And I think that is the standard we should have, and so we think about when we talk about, whether we're pursuing AGI or not, what we actually want from the technology we use in our everyday life. And I think if we have that kind of balance, I think we will get to the world that we want. Thank you.
I hope so. I'm going to come back at you on that.
Please,
I'm going to come back at everyone on that. But Nigel, do you want to say anything at this?
Well, I mean, just perhaps to come, just a comment on each of the top panelists, which are great. I'll start with, actually, William, I think you're exactly right. And we heard it also in Caitlin's panel contribution, which is, we have found ourselves in a situation where there's this massive uncontrolled experiment of deployment into really sensitive contexts, the impact of which we do not understand. We do not do that in aviation. We don't do it in drugs. We don't do it in many areas. In fact, there's tons of regulation in the deployment of technology in our health system. Mm-hmm. We understand what those are. There is in transport, and yet somehow in this area of our sociology, our social lives, it's just without guidelines. So we've got to think about that really seriously. I absolutely agree. I think that Seth made a really interesting observation around it being an absolutely terrible thing if we're suddenly put into moral dilemmas by the capability of these systems. And I just think we might end up there because some people will argue, and they are already, saying they should have a sense of a legal personhood. Jonathan Birch, this very interesting book on the edge of sentience, is sort of saying, this is a guy who worked sentience, not consciousness. This notion of something, a subject having a sense of good or bad. That's where you draw the line. And actually, he got stuff written into the English law on the sentience thresholds for crabs and lobsters, believe it or not. How you should treat them when you cook. I think this notion of whether we'll be able to escape it is a really interesting question. I think it might be very undesirable, but we might find ourselves pushed into that situation. And I'll be very interested in your thoughts about how we can avoid that. And then back to Shannon's points, which are absolutely right. We only get back to these points if we decompose. We're much more compositional about the systems, the properties these systems have. I think because of the versatile nature of the conversational fluency of these systems, we've just imagined they can do a lot of things for us, by the way, I should say, and those transformer models are providing lots of benefits. But we have forgotten about a serious description of the functional specification of what we think these systems should be doing. And that's bad news on all sorts of levels, not least safety and security, but also in modes of deployment. Yeah.
Oh, right, so I'm going to go around again. I'm going to, there's sort of, William's in a company that I think is quite balanced in its view of what AGI might be and why it might benefit us. But there's a lot of rhetoric out there, which is what the media hear, that comes from the companies, mainly on the west coast of America. I think of DeepMind as London, actually. I know you are by Google. But, where the rhetoric and the overhyping, the marketing is all about driving up the share price. There is no when OpenAI came out with GPT-5, they could have said what they liked about it. It could have done anything. They could have, look at what happened with Mark Zuckerberg and his glasses the other day. But they can say it could, there is no regulation in this world at the moment. They can say what they like. So us sitting here saying, we're past the Turing Test, I think there's a general consensus, of course there is about that. I wasn't expecting anything else. But, what do we apply instead to test whether somewhere has got to AGI? I try not to use that term because or how intelligent it is. How do we, and we're in a world where generally, and again, I would exclude DeepMind from this, but generally, governments, certainly in the West, are not interested in listening to people like us. They're just not. So what's the best thing that can come out of this meeting is really what I'm trying to say. What can we say in our report that might be a way to help change that, get people thinking the way we think they should. Is that, that's just whatever you want to say about that, really.
So I want to say, first of all, Gary and Caitlin have already said some of this, that it's about political will, and it's about speaking to people who can galvanize the political will that's needed from the bottom up. And that means empowering lay audiences to realize that they actually are smart enough to push back on something that's endangering their kids. You do not have to be a computer scientist to know that you have the right to push back if your political leaders are indifferent to systemic harms that are endangering your children, right? This is literally not rocket science. And I also want to point out, and I'm really glad that you mentioned the rhetorical use of AGI, because, above and beyond the fact that it's a scientific concept, as Nigel just said, I think there are more rigorous ways to think about these systems. But the rhetorical value of this concept is why it has stuck around.
Yeah.
Because what it does, notice that AGI is always in the future. No, right? The horizon is always out there. Maybe it's 10 years, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 2, but it's never now. Well, what is the value of that framing? Well, it's quite obvious. It allows you to ignore the harms that are already happening. And one of the things that I often hear in kind of policy circles, I testified to the US Senate, and I was just kind of amazed at how just people said, oh, these things are so unknowable, they're harms, we can't anticipate them. And I'm saying, no, we already have. So, I mean, I want to just very quickly point out, we've known about the problem of systemic AI perpetuation and amplification of bias. This has been widely known since 2016. The moral and social de-skilling that Caitlin spoke about, I wrote a paper on that 10 years ago. AI delusions have been known since 2022, or if you just want to count Eliza, 1966. Problems with reward hacking of reinforcement learning systems have been well understood since 2004. We have known what we were facing, and we have delayed action in part because of the rhetorical power of this concept, and it's time to draw a line under it.
Right. And somehow, this is what, I'm not taking questions yet. Somehow we've got to get this into the report that we're going to write at this meeting. Anil, how would you get the message out?
Well, dwelling on I think the rhetorical point is super important. I mean, even the word AI itself was kind of originally more a marketing thing than a serious description of what was going on. As variously pointed out, people working in the area describe themselves often as doing machine learning. Yeah. And people who think about it a lot think of it as applied statistics, but that doesn't get you the investment or the high salaries. General applied statistics, it doesn't have the same ring to it. And back to this point that Nigel was pushing on a minute ago, and this is part of the rhetorical thing about the way what we project into it. Do we project sentience, consciousness into these things? And what we're seeing is this kind of divergent opinion, even at the head of tech companies now. You've got Dario Amodei talking about AI welfare and saying Claude can terminate conversations. Now, there might be a small amount of good reasoning there, and that because we don't know for sure what it doesn't take to create conscious AI, we can't rule it out entirely. But it has the effect of fueling the idea that it's on the way, that it's possible. Yeah. And the closer AI seems to be something more like magic and less to be something more like an amped up spreadsheet, the more it attracts the investment, the hype, and so on. So what can we do? I think it's about giving people the right tools to think with, so that they don't end up bundling everything together. Things are not that complicated. Actually, you don't have to understand the nuts and bolts of the algorithm to know what it does. A lot of these questions are about human psychology, not AI. We have to know how we work in response to these systems. People should be studying in greater detail than they already have been doing things like the cognitive neural effects of interacting with AI in exactly the way that people didn't do with social media.
Well, William, you're working in the heart of a company which is out there. You are responsible for getting them to talk about ethics and the effects on society. I mean, that's a hard job to do in a company like DeepMind, I imagine. And you're the balanced ones compared to the ones who use the rhetoric. Yeah. How do we get this? How do we balance this better?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have 3 points that I think in response to your question. So I think the first one is around hype. I do think that, I think to your point, I won't kind of speak about individual companies and how they respond to it, but I know for sure that I think DeepMind has historically tried to be very balanced in how we think about this, and we want to lead with the science and empirical information that we have. And I would say maybe that's a standard we should definitely just hold across the board. Yeah. Right? So I think obviously we've talked, I think in this panel about ACM and the roles. I think as scientists, I think we have an obligation to lead with the empirical information that we have and to make very targeted arguments that cut down on the hype. And I think as Shannon has pointed out, right, we have a lot of empirical data on the limitations and the harms of these systems. I don't think we have to kind of make very kind of strong arguments. We can point to the reams of data. Now, I think this gets to the second point, which is around political will. right? So I would say, to me, I view this as a question of incentive structures, right? And I think people have mentioned different kind of aspects of it, but I definitely do think that the industry as it currently is constituted, I do think it is definitely a strong balancing act to make sure that we are trying to balance the fact that there is a world where people are using these systems in the real world now. Right, I've been at DeepMind now almost a decade. Yeah. But when I first started, a lot of our work was kind of research. It was heavily research focused, right? And so trying to talk to policymakers or people about about AI or machine learning was very much like, well, this is just the kind of research thing. Like there's no material real world consequence. But I think now we are in a world where there are many actors who are releasing products and systems in the world, and I think that means that we do need to think about not just like the protocols for release, but also how do we incentivize in our broader conversations the attributes of our system that we want to have. Because I think that is also partly how you kind of like begin to shift the kind of like dynamics politically about what people want. And we have seen this with other technologies. So we're here in Europe, GMOs is a great example of when people really kind of had a very strong public view about a technology, that the kind of public discourse changed the politics and the policy response to it. So I do think it's really important to think about not just what the kind of protocols are released on, what the responsibilities and obligations of the companies, but also the incentive structures that are in place. My third one is just the ecosystem, and I'll be very brief on this one. I'm very curious. I think you showed Areeq AGI. Most of the broader ecosystems for how these models are trained, I would be very curious how many people in the audience think about things like LMSys and MMLU, and these are the standards by which many of the labs actually calibrate their systems. And things like LMSys are kind of open platforms. People can go on LMSys and type in their own queries, and that's how they're calibrated. And so to me, I do think there's a really important question if we get down to evaluation. What are we evaluating for? A lot of the empirical research says that LMSys does not really optimize for empirical information or value. It's really kind of tweaking around with aesthetics. And so I do think there's a really important question. If we want these systems to have real tangible value, there needs to be better infrastructure to actually evaluate and test these things more rigorously.
Absolutely. And that is a really important point. If anyone, we're going to take a couple of questions in a minute. I'm going to ask Nigel if he wants to say anything. But Les, if there's anyone on Slido, babe, we've sent you all to sleep. Les says there's not much coming through on Slido. But Nigel, anything before we go?
I just want to emphasize, what can we do about this? And a lot of this is about rhetoric. I mean, rhetoric is so powerful, and phrases can capture the moment. And this is a place with convening power and agency. The Royal Society needs to think about what it wants to say about some of these things, because we are dealing with the other side, and I have a lot of respect for some of the individuals, but they talk about the San Francisco consensus. And this consensus is the belief that this is just going to roll out, and self-improving programs will just kind of get there. And this actually is something that we can contest, and actually we should contest, and it should perhaps come from the voice of the world's oldest scientific society.
Absolutely, and the report will. Okay, who's got the mics? There's a lot of hands up. Frode has had his hand up at the back there forever. Who's got the mics? And then someone who hasn't spoken.
I think this indicates, Wendy, what an amazing person you are, remembering my name. I got my PhD under Wendy. I started in 2016. And what I want to really suggest to all of you...
I remember all my PhDs, Jim.
That's what I'm saying. That's a reflection of who you are. So,
oh, and there's another one there.
Yes, of course, we follow you. So on this, when I started my PhD with you in 2016, I didn't like Microsoft Word very much, so I made my own word processor. It is now featured in the App Store for students, which is nice, lovely thing. However, it was quite easy. Right, and this week, in the Future of Text on Monday, we had a meeting on AI.
Stop plugging your own, come on, thing.
Trust me, and there is a point. We talked about a lot of the issues of AI, so I told my programmers, let's switch to Apple Intelligence. It took them one day. So what I'm saying is, okay, it took me many years, but for you guys, if you want to make an app or other software that uses AI not to think for people, but to help them think, you can actually do it. It's not that hard. We can make the tools, we can distribute them. We can change this, not just by talking about it, but by making the tools. And again, thank you, Wendy.
Okay, my pleasure. So, young Phil there, we haven't heard from you today. Man in the glasses down here. He got the first PhD.
Thank you very much. First of all, Nigel nearly got to the point. I'd just like to remind the audience of something. So it doesn't matter what technology we're talking about, whether it's the wheel, whether it's spectacles, whether it's large language models, AGI, whatever. There's been a dangerous assumption in the room, a very elitist position that we are in control as humans. Look at any technology. The aforementioned, all technologies simply act as a catalyst to evolutionary processes. Evolution is the only thing in the universe that has existed in itself, of itself, and for itself. So for all the noble statements that have been made today, and I'm with you all, let's try to change the world for the better, the evidence, the historical evidence suggests that we won't be able to, because ultimately we're not in charge. Either that was a statement or a question to Nigel.
Save it. I'm not going to come back. I'm going to take a few, pass the panel next, and then pass the mic next, and then, is that Sue with her hand up there? Yeah, Defo. Will Defo go to Sue, the lady with the red hair, after Nick.
Thank you.
I know lots of people in the audience. Hello.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the comments. Can I kind of offer a note of encouragement? At the moment, there's a massive wall of money behind all this hype, and it's very, very difficult to get through to politicians and regulators because, you know, if you say something they don't like, then they'll throw $1 billion of lobbying money against it. However, every single investor who thinks about this, practically every single one, recognizes that although there are some fantastic companies there, the valuations at which they are currently being traded are completely crazy and unsustainable. And at some point, there will be a correction. And when there's a correction, a lot of people will lose money. And at that point, suddenly these companies won't be quite so omnipotent and popular with everybody. And this will be perhaps a point where politicians and regulators and society will pay attention to the things that are being said now, even if they're being smothered now by a wall of money, because investors are worried about this, and at some point, I don't know when, there will be a correction. Everybody's sure of that.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to Sue, and then, sorry, we're running out of time. And then I'll just ask each person here, panel and keynote, just to pick up on whatever points.
Thanks,
Sue.
Wendy. Sue Black, Durham University. We both spoke, Wendy, at the conference, the AI Summit in Doha last December, and my talk was saying that we need regulation, of course, around AI, but we also need education. So if you want responsible AI, we need regulation and education working together. And so we kind of are on the way to getting the regulation. We're not there, but we don't have any sort of public education campaign. And there's been lots of examples in history where having an education campaign alongside regulation has made a big difference. So, for example, does anyone remember the Green Cross Code? Some of us will. I won't be there when you cross the road, was the tagline. We need something like that around AI to really help people understand the benefits and opportunities, but also the dangers like we've been talking about. And I think if we want to make a difference and get the politicians to wake up to the problems that are out there, we need to have a public education campaign, which someone said earlier, that's how to get the politicians to wake up. Once we get public opinion, people to understand what's actually going on and what the dangers are and what we can do about it, then the politicians have to listen. Thanks.
We hope. Right, I've got two more. There's a gentleman at the back, and there was a gentleman there, behind you, Pete, sorry. Just very quick, because we need to finish.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sean. I'm Anishinaabe. We're First Nations in Canada, a group of First Nations around the Great Lake. We think a lot about principles of data sovereignty through things like the OCAP principles, where we kind of think about the ownership of data that we have. I don't have a comment, I have a question. I'd love to get in your heads to see what you personally think.
Can you be brief, though, because
Yep.
I let you in at the end.
Here's the question.
You promised me you'd be brief.
It's my understanding that we need humanity's data to create AGI. Should humanity be credited or compensated for their participation in AGI?
Yeah, okay. We'll see if they want to answer that, but it is a very good point. Last question.
I'm asking this question in the context of the fact there's been a shift in AI research from the US towards China, and it's the only thing that hasn't been mentioned here. And their philosophy is quite different from the American philosophy because it's an engineering philosophy about processing. And you've seen that through DeepSeek. So I wonder if the committee wanted to talk on that.
Well, we haven't got time to go into that in detail. I've just come back from China, and I totally agree with you. They are way ahead in some of this stuff. So we can't do that justice, but it's a very good point. Would you like to? How would you like to finish this session?
I will be brief, and the thread that I'll pick up on is from the first two comments. I think it's absolutely vital that we resist the idea that we are passengers at the back of the bus. This was the metaphor I used in my book. And that AI is behind the wheel and we're just hoping it takes us somewhere nice. That is very much an illusion that is being cast, and a lot of the language of that this is an evolutionary process, that it's unstoppable, right? A lot of that, again, is this rhetorical device to make sure that you don't stand up and grab the wheel. And I think we need to recognize that it is, in fact, the political and economic realities that are keeping people from having control. So this question of not being in control, that is a political reality. And it's a very old one, and a very familiar one, and one that human beings have resisted successfully many times in the past. And I do think that you're right, there will be a correction, and there will be a shift in the political winds. The question is, how much damage will be done before that happens? How much damage are we willing to allow? And given that that damage is being done to institutions and ways of living that have already been made fragile by the social media ecosystem, can we actually afford that further damage from an environmental standpoint, from a social, from a political, from an economic standpoint? So my view is no, we cannot afford to wait for the inevitable collapse. We have to actually start pushing the political argument for human responsibility for the outcomes that we're choosing.
Yeah, if only. Anu.
Thank you. Again, echoing Shannon a bit, I think this idea of lacking control over the future of our technology is it may be the case, but it's just pointless to act as if it is the case. I think we need to do everything we can while we can. And this idea of AGI, I think, as this inevitable sunlit uplands or dystopian catastrophe, is profoundly disempowering because it makes us feel that we don't have the choice to go in the directions we want to go. Nigel mentioned the San Francisco consensus. I quite like that term. Royal Society would be a great place to challenge that, but I want to make a broader plea for universities in general too. Like, a lot of fantastic research is going on in the tech companies. A lot of it is to do with the scale. Back to Gary's comment, they do amazing things at scale, and that's fantastic. But all of the fundamental technologies underlying AI came out of universities, and all of the joined-up thinking, connecting philosophy, sociology, psychology, neuroscience, computer science, are happening in universities. We don't have the budget and support we need it. And the final thing I want to leave you with is one of the harms, the more subtle harms that I think is happening, is coming our way, is this profound dehumanization. And this gets us back to, if we project ourselves into these algorithms, we really diminish what it is to be a human being dazzled by their silicon acrobatics. I think we are so much more than that. And I think recognizing, as one of my former sort of mentors and inspirations, Daniel Dennett, said, AI is a tool and not a colleague, and we must always remember and remind ourselves of the difference. I'll finish with a quote. Sherry Turkle, a sociologist, said, I think beautifully, she said, Technology can make us forget what we know about life, and it's time to remember.
Oh, oh, oh. Whoa. William.
Yeah, I'll end with a few quick points. I think the first point I want to leave is that I think, as people have mentioned, I would really welcome the Royal Society and other institutions to really serve as the kind of light in the darkness. I think as we look out into the future, there are many questions that I don't think are clearly understood about the way in which these technologies will unfold, and I really think that it needs to be led by science. I believe, very deeply in the idea that really rigorous research can really change the way the world sees what the best path should be. And so I think maybe I'll start there. Maybe my second point is that, if you were to go back 100 years and you look at, so if you were to kind of describe what the future would look like to someone living then, they would not believe you, right? I think sometimes we underestimate the impact of technological change. I mean, we won't go as far as evolutionary determinism, but I don't think we should underestimate the ingenuity of humanity, right? And I think it works best when it solves problems. And I think that's the dynamic that I do think when we talk about the sense of powerlessness. I do think there is a balance between what is possible and what we need. And I think the public needs to make sure that we clearly articulate, what do we want to use technology for? And I think that is the part where I think if you wanted to kind of really press hard on, that is where I believe we will get the most positive future possible. And I think that is why I believe, not in addition to just research, but I do think, I think someone mentioned the point of education and literacy. I do think it's really important that we make sure we have an informed public about what the technology are, what they are capable of, and what the harms potentially could be. And so I will end with this kind of maybe my final plea. Ultimately, when we talk about, technology and how we kind of approach it and measure it, evaluation has been some of the bulwark of this, but it does a lot of heavy lifting, right? I definitely do feel like, I think people have called this multiple times, we need greater investment in safety research, in research and understanding of harms. And I would say this needs to be across the board. It needs to be in academies. It needs to be in the labs. It needs to be across the board. We have many different ways of improving capabilities of our systems. I think we equally need to have a robust understanding, because I think in the absence of it, it will be very hard to make sure we have the future that we want. And so that will be my 3 points, and thank you for listening to the panel.
Oh, pleasure. Nigel, last word to you.
Well, what a great day. I'll start with the IP protection thing, which I think is really important. There has been this massive appropriation of public good to train these models. And when you get to the stage where you have governments who are inclined to throw all of our content over the fence and not protect the rights of creatives in the face of, and there's all sorts of sophistry around, it's not really violating copyright to kind of use these things in training. Actually, the music industry worked out how to deal with this, and there is no reason why we can't come to a better relationship. And in fact, some companies do. There's not one code of behavior, but there is a real danger that we simply accept a current status quo as inevitable. I don't think it is, and I think we should protect not just indigenous, everybody's kind of content in this sense, particularly indigenous who often their knowledge has not been represented and captured, but neither should it be just expropriated for no return. And neither should anybody else's. Task-achieving architectures. I think this was fantastic, the point that was made about how exquisite AlphaFold is. There are scientists all across and other researchers all across our institution at Oxford who are using these tools to do really cool things, customizing them, adapting them, taking it from proteomics, and now using it in material science. Gary's point's exactly right about this. Let's remember that we can augment our intelligence. I always think that's the better AI for me, is augmented intelligence that is through these tools. Final point, having said all that, Phil has a point. We made our tools historically. Don't forget, our tools made us directly. our language, when we discovered the art of writing, our neural structures changed. They became different. The real challenge is that we don't make ourselves stupider, and we think about how we can augment our intelligence using this extraordinary set of capabilities we have.
Thank you. Thank you. Just stay there. Running very short of time, and I'm not going to do much. Just stay here, panel. I'm going to invite Sir Dermot up onto the stage here, Sir Dermot Turing. His plane was delayed, and he should have been on the very first panel. So here I am, actually touching the hand of someone who knew Turing. Come and stand next to your uncle here. What would you like to say today?
I'm terrified by being. First of all, I do offer my sincere apologies for not being here earlier. While you were arriving, I was still sitting on the tarmac at Dublin Airport waiting for the fog to clear in London. So I'm pleased to have participated in most of this session today, where fog has been very thoroughly cleared, and I'm delighted to have listened to what I perceive to be the most high-quality debate on this subject as I have ever attended. Well, congratulations, Wendy, and to the Royal Society for doing this properly. What I wanted to say was, about 10 years ago, I had the perhaps good fortune to participate in a quite similar session on very similar topics that took place in Manchester.
Oh, yeah.
And it was very interesting how things have changed since then, because people then the audience was questioning the expert panel about the dangers and risks associated with the development of computer science. And in those days, I think people were sort of still vaguely aware that there might be something called machine learning out there, but weren't terribly sure what it was. And the panel was very interesting, very, very different from what you've heard today. They were completely dismissive of these questions about the possible dangers lying ahead in the future. And they're saying, you lot watch too many sci-fi movies with robots in, where you think that robots are going to... And here I'm going to quote Mike Woodger, who worked with Alan Turing in the late 1940s, saying, Turing is going to infest the countryside with a robot that's going to live off twigs and scrap iron. Why did he say that? Because Alan Turing, while he was working on all this stuff leading up to the paper that has been the stimulus for this afternoon's discussions, he was also thinking about machine learning. He'd written his own machine learning algorithm in 1947. And he was imagining that the way that a machine would learn would be essentially to be embodied in a robotic form that would literally roam the countryside and discover the environment for itself. It's interesting how machine learning research has not gone off in that sort of cybernetic kind of direction. It's gone off in a different way. And yet, if you Google, sorry, apologies, but if you Google for a picture of an AI, you will get a picture of a robot coming back to you. And it's typically blue neon lights with sort of strange, weird things going on, typically in a glass-domed skull. Heaven knows what we've been talking about today has been very, very different. So I'm going to just leave you with one final thought, which is, again, it's an Alan Turing thought, but it's a quote that he was fond of using. He used in a wireless broadcast in 1951. He was quoting Samuel Butler from Erewhon. If you haven't read Erewhon, it was Alan Turing's favourite book, so you've now got to go and read it, and I tell you, it's a cracker. Okay, it's written in about 1880, roughly, but it's still quite interesting if you apply it to the kinds of things we've been talking about today. Won't spoil it for you, but what Alan Turing picked from Samuel Butler was the phrase, so, one day we have to assume that the machines will take control. He may have been wrong, but he does make us think. Yeah. Thank you for listening to me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. What a lovely way to finish the day. I'm sorry you couldn't be on our panel, but that was just perfect, Sir Dermot. Thank you. I am going to pick up on one of those points. We have been incredibly careful with this event to make it as diverse as we possibly can. I hope you've noticed. Unfortunately, all the 3 keynotes were male, but they were the best people to do the keynotes. But we've picked the best people, I think, for the panels, but we have shown that they don't all have to be white male. And it hasn't actually come up much today, and I don't mind that at all, but you know, most of this discussion that you see happening is led by the tech bros and the politicians, and you never see any diversity amongst those groups. And I personally think that's something that's really important, because we need the mothers, the sisters, the daughters, to be and other, the ethnicities, cultures, to be part of this debate, because this is about the whole world. It isn't just about the small numbers of people who are politicians and tech bros making these decisions. And it's picking up on what people like Caitlin said on the panels, that we have to empower people who don't think they can do AI or know about it to be the people who can drive the conversations. And if we get anything out of this, I really hope we can. We're going to produce a report. We will ask all the speakers and panelists to comment, and we'll try very hard to pick up this amazing atmosphere we've had here and help us move forward. I really think organisations like the Royal Society and the ACM can do so much to further this debate, and all the institutes that we all variously run. So with that, have we got wine outside? Yes. I would say go drink and enjoy yourselves. Thank you. Thank you.